So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. Cosmic Harry here, and we are really sorry for being inactive since many days. So now yeah, finally I'm back, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter had adopted by Shalltear Bloodfallen. So it will be the crossover between Harry Potter and Overlord. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The street was dead quiet. Not the comfortable kind of quiet, either. Not the kind where everyone is tucked in and sleeping peacefully. This was the kind of quiet where the air itself felt wrong, like the whole neighborhood was holding its breath and didn't know why. Number 4. Privet Drive looked exactly like every other house on the block. Same trimmed hedges, same spotless driveway, same curtains drawn tight against anything that might be considered unusual. The Dursleys lived there, and if you asked them, they would tell you they were the most normal family in all of Surrey. They would say it with pride, too. Albus Dumbledore did not look normal. He stood at the end of the street in robes that swept the ground, his silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt, half-moon spectacles perched on a nose that had been broken at least twice. He clicked a device that looked like a cigarette lighter, and one by one, the street lamps went dark. A cat sat on the garden wall of number 4. It had been sitting there all day, which was unusual for a cat, but not as unusual as what happened next. The cat blurred, stretched, and became a tall woman in emerald robes with a stern face and square spectacles. Of all the places, Albus, Professor McGonagall's voice was tight. You cannot be serious. I'm afraid I am. Minerva, these people. She gestured at the dark house behind her. I've watched them all day. The man, Vernon, he kicked the neighbor's cat this morning. The woman, Petunia. She spent 40 minutes complaining about the family across the street because they painted their front door blue. Blue. Albus. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. The blood wards will be the strongest protection we can offer him. Lily's sacrifice binds to her sister's blood. As long as Harry lives with Petunia, Voldemort cannot reach him. And what about everything else? What about the years of being raised by these people? A will be loved. McGonagall looked at the house again. The curtains were drawn so tight not a sliver of light escaped. I sincerely doubt that. A rumble overhead cut through the silence. A motorcycle descended from the sky, enormous and growling, carrying an equally enormous man. Rubeus Hagrid landed the bike with more enthusiasm than grace, the tires gouging 2 thick lines in the Dursleys' immaculate lawn. In his arms, wrapped in a bundle of blankets, was a baby. Professor Dumbledore, sir. Hagrid's voice was rough. He'd been crying. His eyes were red and swollen, and he kept sniffing, each sniff like a small earthquake. Got him right here. Fell asleep somewhere over Bristol. The little blighter. Dumbledore took the baby with a gentleness that surprised even McGonagall. He looked down at the child for a long moment. The baby was small, dark-haired, and had a thin scar on his forehead, shaped like a bolt of lightning. His thumb was in his mouth. He was fast asleep and had no idea that he was famous or orphaned, or that his entire future was being decided on a stranger's doorstep. Good luck. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said quietly. He placed the baby on the doorstep, tucked a letter into the blankets, straightened up. McGonagall wiped her eyes when she thought nobody was looking. Hagrid blew his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth and climbed back onto the motorcycle. And then they left. The street lamp flickered back to life. The houses stood silent. The baby slept on a cold doorstep in November, breathing softly, small enough to fit in a basket. For about 11 minutes, nothing happened. Then the air split open. It started as a shimmer. A vertical line of light that hung in the air about 10 feet from the Dursleys' front door, humming with a frequency that made the neighbor's dog start howling 3 houses down. The light widened, tore, and became a hole in reality itself, perfectly oval, its edges burning with a cold violet glow. Shalltear Bloodfallen stepped through. She was small. That was always the first thing people noticed, and usually the last thing they noticed before dying. Barely 5 feet tall, with silver hair that fell past her waist and skin, so pale it looked like porcelain under moonlight. She wore a ball gown that would have looked appropriate at a Victorian funeral, if funerals involved a lot more lace and a lot more cleavage. Her eyes were red, not bloodshot red, ruby red, deep and polished and completely without warmth. She looked at Prevet Drive the way a person might look at an ant farm. Mild curiosity, complete disinterest in the ants themselves. How revolting. Arinsu. Her voice was high and clear, with an old-fashioned cadence that didn't belong in this century or possibly any century. She took a step forward, and her heel clicked on the pavement with a sound that echoed too far in the silent street. Shalltear had not come here for a baby. She had come because Demiurge had detected a magical disturbance somewhere in this region of the New World. An enormous burst of energy that had, for a brief moment, pinged on Nazarick's long-range detection grid. Ains had been curious. Possibly a world item manifestation. Possibly a rogue spell caster operating with power above anything they'd catalogued in the local population. So he'd sent Shalltear to investigate. Quick reconnaissance. Get in, assess, report back. She tilted her head and inhaled through her nose. The air here was flat and boring, full of car exhaust and wet grass and nothing worth remembering. But underneath all of that, faint, like a single drop of wine in a bucket of water, she caught something. Death, old death, a residue. Someone had died here recently, and not in any normal way. The energy that clung to the area was sick, wrong like a wound that had been cauterized with poison instead of clean fire. Shalltear had smelled death thousands of times. This was different. This death had teeth. She followed the scent. It led her to the doorstep of number 4. Shalltear stood over the baby and stared down at it. The baby stirred, cracked open its eyes, looked up at the vampire standing above it in a blood-red ball gown with glowing crimson eyes and an aura that had made grown men soil themselves, and did not scream. That was unusual. Most living things screamed when they saw Shalltear, even the ones that couldn't understand why they were screaming. Survival instinct. Something deep in the back of their tiny brains that recognized a predator and said run. This baby just stared at her with bright green eyes and made a soft gurgling noise that sounded almost cheerful. "Oh," Shalltear said. She blinked. She crouched down slowly. Her dress pooled around her on the cold concrete. She reached out one pale finger and touched the baby's forehead, right on the scar. The reaction was immediate. Her life essence skill activated on contact, and the information flooded in like cold water through a cracked dam. 2 life signatures, 2 souls. One was the baby's, small and bright and stubbornly alive, pulsing with a warmth that Shalltear hadn't felt from anything in years. The other was dark, fragmented, latched onto the first like a parasite burrowing into fresh wood. It was a piece of a soul, torn from something larger and crammed into this tiny body, and it was radiating malice even in its dormant state. Shalltear's eyes went wide. "A cursed host," she whispered. "None a vessel for a soul fragment, a rinsu." In YGG Dirassel terms, she was looking at something similar to a phylactery, a soul anchor. The kind of construct that high-level undead players created to cheat true death. She'd seen Ains study similar mechanisms in the Treasury, theoretical designs for binding soul data to physical objects. It was advanced magic, expensive magic, and someone had jammed it into a baby. She ran her mana essence skill next, scanning the child's magical capacity. The results made her pause. The baby was practically vibrating with raw potential, a reservoir of magical energy that had no structure, no form. Just power sitting there waiting for something to shape it. Wild magic, Ains had called the local variant. Unpredictable. Outside the tier system. Shalltear picked Harry up. She did it clumsily, because she had never held a baby before in her existence. For the first 5 seconds she held him the way one might hold a wet cat at arm's length. with a vaguely disgusted expression. Her fingers hooked awkwardly under his armpits. He was warm. That registered as genuinely strange. Everything in Nazarick was cold. Stone, metal, undead flesh. His warmth felt alien against her skin, like holding a lit candle. Harry grabbed a fistful of her silver hair and yanked. Hard. Shalltear blinked again. No one had successfully pulled her hair in a very long time. The last creature that tried had lost both its arms and most of its torso. She looked at the baby. The baby looked at her. He was smiling, that gummy, toothless, wildly unearned smile that babies do when they have absolutely no idea what's happening, but are generally pleased about the state of things. Something in Shalltear's chest shifted. She would deny it later, viciously and repeatedly, with threats of violence attached. But something shifted, like a gear that had been stuck for centuries finally clicking into place. "You are coming with me, Erin Sue," she told the baby, pulling him properly into the crook of her arm. Her voice had changed. It was still imperious, still dripping with centuries of aristocratic conditioning, but there was something underneath it now. Something new. Ains will want to see this. She turned on her heel, walked back through the gate, and it snapped shut behind her with a sound like tearing silk. The doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, was empty. The letter Dumbledore had so carefully written fluttered in the wind for a moment, then settled on the cold concrete. A fox trotted across the lawn, sniffed it, and kept going. By morning, Petunia Dursley would open her front door expecting milk bottles, find nothing but a strange envelope with green ink and no postage, tut loudly, and throw it straight in the bin. Harry Potter was gone. The throne room of Nazarick was not built for comfort. It was built to make you feel small. Massive pillars of dark stone rose into a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Banners hung along the walls, bearing the crest of Ains Ul Gown, embroidered in gold thread that caught the torchlight and seemed to move. The floor was polished obsidian, and every footstep echoed 3 times before dying. The room could comfortably hold 200 people. And it was designed so that even with 200 people in it, the person on the throne at the far end would still feel like the only one that mattered. On that throne sat the Overlord of Death. Ains Ul Gown looked exactly like what he was, a skeleton in ornate robes, his skull face permanently frozen in an expression that wasn't really an expression at all, his eye sockets glowing with twin pinpricks of red light that moved when he looked at something. A staff rested beside his throne, topped with 7 serpents, each clutching a gem of a different color. The aura of authority that surrounded him was so thick and heavy that weaker beings sometimes forgot to breathe in his presence. Inside that skull, Suzuki Satoru, former salaryman, was thinking about how much his lower back hurt from sitting in this stupid chair for 3 straight hours, and how he really needed to find a cushion that didn't look overlordly. The floor guardians were assembled. Albedo stood closest to the throne, her white dress immaculate as always, her golden eyes fixed on Ains with a devotion that bordered on worship, and occasionally crossed into something that made Ains deeply uncomfortable. Demiurge stood to the left, adjusting his round spectacles with one finger, his devil's tail swishing behind him in a slow, measured rhythm. Cocytus loomed near the back of the room, his massive insectoid body generating a low hum of freezing air that made the torches nearest to him flicker. Mare and Aura stood together near one of the pillars, the dark elf twins whispering something to each other that made Aura snicker and Mare blush. Shalltear had been gone for 2 hours. A simple reconnaissance mission to the New World surface. Should have taken 40 minutes. And then the doors opened, and she walked in carrying a baby. The silence that followed was the most complete silence the throne room of Nazarick had ever experienced, and that was genuinely saying something, because this room had hosted executions, declarations of war. And that one time Ains had accidentally dropped his staff, and the clang had echoed for 45 seconds, while everyone pretended it hadn't happened. Shalltear. Ains's voice rolled through the chamber like distant thunder. Deep, commanding. The kind of voice that made lesser beings want to drop to their knees. Inside, Suzuki Satoru was screaming, "What is that? What is she holding? Is that a baby? Why does she have a baby? Where did she get a baby? Ains? My lord." Shalltear curtsied with remarkable grace for someone cradling an infant in the crook of one arm. Her face was the picture of composed elegance. "I have returned from my investigation of the magical disturbance in the New World." "And you have brought back?" Ains said, very carefully. "Yes, my lord." Another silence. Ains felt his emotional suppression activate. That automatic dampener that flattened any spike of emotion before it could compromise his undead equilibrium. The green glow pulsed through him, squashing the confusion flat. His red eye lights stayed perfectly steady. Thank God for that. Skulls couldn't show expressions, but if they could, his would have been doing something embarrassing right now. "Explain," he said. Shalltear held Harry up, not gently. She held him up the way a cat presents a dead bird to its owner proudly, slightly at an angle, with an expression that clearly expected praise. The baby who had somehow slept through a gate transit, a walk through the most terrifying dungeon in the known world, and a dramatic entrance into a room full of nightmares, chose this exact moment to wake up. He opened his green eyes, looked around at a skeleton king, a succubus, a 7-foot-tall frozen insect warrior, a demon in a suit, and 2 dark elf children, and did not make a single sound of distress. He yawned. Demiurge was the first to speak. A human child. His voice was pleasant and polished and utterly without warmth, like a scalpel wrapped in silk. "Shalltear, if you required biological specimens for experimentation, my Abelian sheep farm has an adequate supply of every age bracket. There was no need to collect one from the New World's general population. This is not a specimen, Demiurge." Shalltear's voice had a sharp edge, the kind of edge that preceded violence. "Examine him yourself. Use your skill. Look at his soul." Demiurge paused. His eyebrows rose a fraction above his spectacles. Then his eyes shifted, activating whatever analysis ability he kept behind those round lenses, and whatever he saw made him go very, very still. "2 souls," he said quietly. The pleasant mask slipped just for a moment, replaced by something that looked almost like genuine academic interest. A fragmented soul grafted onto the host's primary life signature. A form of phylactery, crude but functional. The soul fragment is decaying the host's spiritual membrane as we speak, but slowly, years of erosion, not days. "The magical anomaly originated from whatever event created that fragment, Erinsu," Shalltear said. She turned back to Ains. "My lord, I believe this child is valuable. The magic that created this soul fragment, the magic that lingers on him, it is entirely unlike Tyr magic. It operates on principles we have not encountered." Ains leaned forward on his throne. Inside, Suzuki Satoru was already running calculations. A new magic system. A natural human from this world who carried a soul fragment without any YGG-DRA cell crafting process involved. If they could study this, understand how the soul was split and anchored without proper tools, without system assistance. "Albedo," Ains said. "Your assessment." Albedo had been staring at the baby with the expression of someone who had just discovered a cockroach floating in their morning tea. "It is a human, my lord." Her voice dripped with distaste. "Inferior by nature, fragile by design. I see no reason to allocate resources to its maintenance when a thorough dissection would yield significantly faster results." "I wish to keep him," Shalltear said. Every head in the room turned. Cositus's mandibles clicked. Mare's mouth dropped open. Aura elbowed her brother and mouthed something. Demiurge's eyebrow climbed another millimeter. Shalltear's back stiffened. She clearly hadn't meant to say it that directly. The words had just come out, bypassing whatever filter usually sat between her brain and her mouth. She recovered quickly, smoothing her expression back to its usual mask of cool superiority. As a long-term research subject, Erinsu, she amended, and a pet. If this child carries a soul fragment that is actively interacting with his own life force, then raising him within Nazarick allows us to observe the evolution of this phenomenon over time. Dissection gives us one data point. Long-term observation gives us thousands. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. The logic is not entirely unsound, though I rather suspect that logic is not the primary motivator at work here. Watch your tongue, Demiurge. I merely make an observation. Shalltear. You merely irritate, Erinsu. Enough. Ains raised one skeletal hand, and both of them went silent so fast it was almost comical. He looked at the baby. The baby looked at him. Two small red dots of light met two bright green eyes across the vast, cold space of the throne room. Harry reached toward Ains's skull with both hands, fingers opening and closing, grabbing at nothing but clearly trying. Inside the skull, Suzuki Satoru felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Something small and warm that sat in the hollow space where his human heart used to be. He couldn't name it. His emotional suppression flickered, but didn't fully engage, which meant the feeling wasn't strong enough to register as a threat to his undead state. It was just there, small, warm, faintly uncomfortable like a pebble in a shoe. He pushed it aside. He was the Overlord. He had an image to maintain. Very well, Ains said, and his voice was the voice of a god passing judgment, not a confused salaryman who had just been shown a baby and didn't know what to do with it. Shalltear, the child is your responsibility. You will raise it within the first 3 floors. You will submit detailed reports on its development to me monthly. If the child proves useful, it will be integrated into Nazarick's strategic operations. If it proves useless, he let the sentence hang in the air, heavy and final. It will not prove useless, my lord. Shalltear pulled Harry back against her chest, and the baby immediately grabbed another fistful of her hair. This time she didn't react. I guarantee it, Erinsu. She turned and walked out of the throne room. Her heels clicking on the obsidian floor in a precise rhythm, the baby tucked securely in the crook of her arm. The doors swung shut behind her. Demiurge, Ains said. Yes, my lord. Prepare a monitoring schedule. I want comprehensive reports on the child's magical development. Physical capacity, mental acuity, spiritual integrity, everything. Demiurge smiled. It was a perfectly pleasant smile that somehow made the room feel colder. Of course, my lord. Your foresight is, as always, beyond reproach. Shall I also prepare contingency protocols in the event the child becomes problematic? Naturally. I shall begin at once. Truly, Lord Ains, your ability to extract strategic value from even the most unexpected variables is an inspiration. Inside the skull, Suzuki Satoru thought. I literally just told you to make a backup plan. That's basic project management, not 4D chess. You may all leave, Ains said. The floor guardians filed out. Albedo lingered, as she always did, her golden eyes studying Ains's skull with that unsettling, burning intensity she never seemed to turn off. My lord, her voice was soft, intimate. You truly intend to allow Shalltear to raise a human child within Nazarick. It is an experiment, albedo. Nothing more. Is it? She tilted her head, and a strand of dark hair fell across her face. Or is it something else entirely? Ains's eye sockets flickered. I said it is an experiment. I would prefer you not read further into it. Albedo smiled. It was a warm, adoring smile, which on her face was somehow more threatening than Demiurge's cold one. Of course, my lord. I would never presume to understand the full depth of your intentions. She left. The doors closed with a boom that echoed through the empty hall. Ains sat alone on his throne in the dark, vast, silent room, with nothing but the guttering torchlight for company. "Hey, baby," he muttered to absolutely no one. She brought back a baby. He pressed his bony fingers against his forehead in what would have been a tired face palm if he still had a face. The first 3 floors of the great tomb of Nazarick were called the grave. The corridors were narrow and carved from pale stone that always felt slightly damp to the touch. Torches lined the walls in iron brackets, but they burned with a blue flame that threw light without any warmth. The air smelled like old dust, cold iron, and something sweetly rotten underneath it all that you stopped noticing after a while. Coffins were built into the walls at regular intervals. Things moved inside some of them. This was Shalltear's domain. She ruled the grave with an iron fist in a lace glove, commanding her vampire brides, her undead servants, and the various other creatures that called the first 3 floors home. She had made exactly one modification to her personal chambers to accommodate her new charge. She had placed a crib next to her coffin. It was not a normal crib, it was in fact a small coffin, because Shalltear did not know what a crib was, and assumed all sleeping containers were coffin-shaped. She had lined it with black silk, added a pillow stuffed with feathers from some creature that Harry would be significantly better off never learning about, and draped a blanket over it that was so impossibly soft it had almost certainly been woven from something that was alive during the weaving process. Harry slept in it like it was the most comfortable bed in the world. The first few weeks were, to put it mildly, a disaster. Shalltear Bloodfallen did not know how to raise a child. She was a true vampire, designed and created by the supreme being Peroroncino to guard the first 3 floors of a dungeon and eliminate intruders in progressively creative and violent ways. Her abilities included Blood Pool, Mystic Eyes of Charm, Einherjar, Spoot Lance, and several dozen other combat skills capable of leveling a small city. Nowhere in that skill set was a single point allocated to childcare. She fed Harry blood on the first night, actual blood from a crystal goblet, because that was what she drank, and she operated on the reasonable assumption that all living things drank it. Harry lasted about 2 seconds before he spat it back, all over the front of her favorite dress, and started screaming at a volume that seemed physically impossible for something that small. It took Shalltear 45 minutes of increasingly panicked experimentation to figure out that human babies drank milk. She did not have milk. She did not produce milk. She barely understood the concept. She had to send a vampire bride to the surface at 3 in the morning to steal some from a nearby farm, which resulted in the bride also bringing back the entire cow, because the instruction had been, "Bring milk." And the bride had interpreted that command with the kind of dangerous literalness that all of Nazarick's servants excelled at. There was now a cow living on the 2nd floor. It seemed confused but otherwise content. Shalltear pretended it didn't exist. The crying was the real challenge. Babies cry. Every human knows this. Nobody had warned Shalltear. The first time Harry wailed at 3 in the morning, a high, thin, relentless sound that bounced off the stone walls and multiplied. Shalltear very nearly activated her full combat form because she was genuinely convinced they were under some kind of sonic attack. 2 vampire brides came sprinting down the corridor with weapons drawn. "He is leaking from his eyes, Arinsu." Shalltear held the screaming baby at arm's length, and the expression on her face was something that no floor guardian had ever seen before, and would probably never see again. Genuine, confused distress, as he damaged, has something broken inside him. The vampire bride, who had been undead for 200 years and had never encountered a living baby at close range, was equally lost. "Perhaps he requires some form of repair, mistress." "He is not a golem." "You cannot repair a human child." "You fool." "Then perhaps we should consult Lord Demiurge. He has extensive experience with human subjects." "Absolutely not. Demiurge will take him apart to see how he works." In the end, Shalltear solved the problem the way she solved most problems, through sheer stubborn persistence. She held Harry against her chest and rocked him, which was something she had seen human women doing during surface world reconnaissance missions. She did it stiffly at first, mechanically, like a robot following instructions it didn't understand. But Harry's screaming softened to whimpering, and the whimpering softened to hiccups, and eventually the hiccups stopped, and he pressed his small, warm, damp face against her cold skin and fell asleep. His tiny fist clutched the lace of her dress and didn't let go. Shalltear stood very still for a long time after that, alone in the blue torchlight of the grave, holding a sleeping human child against her chest. She did not put him down until morning. By the time Harry was 3 years old, he had adapted to life in Nazarick in a way that nobody, including Ains, had predicted. He called Shalltear Mother. She hadn't asked him to. She hadn't suggested it, hinted at it, or even considered it as a possibility. What happened was this one afternoon. While Shalltear was seated at her desk, reviewing patrol rotation schedules for the first floor's undead garrison, a small voice from behind her said, "Mother." She turned around. Harry was standing there, holding a piece of parchment. On it, in the wobbly, oversized letters that Pistonia had been teaching him downstairs, he had drawn a picture. It showed a tall figure with silver hair and red eyes holding hands, with a smaller figure with messy black hair and green eyes. Underneath, in crayon, he had written Matiar Andme. Shalltear looked at the drawing. She looked at it for a very long time. Then she took it, walked to the wall of her bedchamber, and pinned it up right next to the portrait of Perorancino, her creator, the supreme being who had made her. She stepped back, adjusted it so it hung straight, and turned to Harry with an expression that was carefully, aggressively neutral. "It is acceptable work, Arinsu." If anyone ever commented on the drawing, or asked why it was displayed next to a portrait of a supreme being, Shalltear would kill them, not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. She would actually kill them. Harry's daily routine in Nazarick would have caused any human social worker to have a cardiac event. But Harry didn't know that because he had never met a human social worker and didn't know they existed. He woke up each morning in his coffin at 7. Breakfast was served by the vampire bride's porridge, fruit, bread, and a small glass of what Harry called red juice. The red juice was a low-tier healing potion that Shalltear insisted he drink every single morning without exception. It tasted like cherries mixed with iron. Harry loved it. After breakfast came the library. Nazarick's library, the great library of Ashurbanipal, was one of the largest magical repositories in the known world. Shelves stretched so high that even Cocytus couldn't reach the top rows without assistance. It contained spell tomes, grimoires, historical records, bestiaries, arcane theory journals, and a suspiciously well-stocked collection of manga that Ains claimed belonged to a former guild member and definitely did not visit late at night to reread. Harry's reading lessons were conducted by Titus Annaeus Secundus, one of the 5 librarian overseers. Titus was an ancient lich of considerable scholarly accomplishment, who had been assigned to educate the young master with all the enthusiasm of a man who had drawn the shortest of short straws. His teaching materials were not what anyone would call age-appropriate. By 3 years old, Harry could read basic sentences in both common and an archaic script used in Nazarick's older texts. By 4, he was working through elementary spell theory. By 5, he was reading the Necronomicon, or at least the annotated version that someone had thoughtfully gone through and written simpler explanations in the margins. Nobody in Nazarick thought this was strange. The bar for strange in the Great Tome was set so unimaginably high that a 5-year-old reading about soul transference over breakfast didn't even register as noteworthy. "Titus," Harry said one afternoon, sitting cross-legged on the library floor with a book open on his lap that was larger than his entire torso, "what does eviscerate mean?" "To remove the internal organs of a creature, young master, typically through an abdominal incision." "Oh," Harry turned the page. Is that what Neuronist does to the prisoners on the 5th floor? Among other things, yes. She let me watch once. It was educational. Titus paused. He looked at the 5-year-old sitting on his library floor, who had just described witnessing a torture session with the same casual tone another child might use to describe a school field trip, and felt something that might have been concern if ancient leeches were still capable of concern. Perhaps, Titus said carefully, we might focus our efforts on mathematics today, young master. Can we do both? When Harry was 5, Shalltear decided it was time he learned proper table manners. This might seem like an odd priority for a vampire who had once consumed a man whole, starting with the feet. But Shalltear held extraordinarily strong opinions about etiquette. It was baked into her core. Peroncino had designed her with the mannerisms of an oiran, a high-ranking courtesan of classical Japan. And while she might rip a person's throat out without a second thought, she would do it with impeccable posture, a straight back, and a napkin properly arranged on her lap. Back straight, erinsu. She tapped Harry between the shoulder blades with one cold finger. He was seated at a long dining table in Shalltear's personal quarters, in front of a plate of food prepared by Nazarick's chef homunculi. Roast chicken, steamed vegetables, bread with butter. Normal food, or as close to normal as anything in the Great Tom ever got. My back is straight. Straighter, Harry adjusted. Shalltear circled behind him like a drill sergeant inspecting a particularly underwhelming recruit, her eyes scanning every angle of his posture. Elbows off the table. Knife in your right hand, fork in your left. When you cut the meat, use small, controlled motions. You are carving food, not sawing through timber. Yes, mother. Behind them, at the far end of the room, separated by a heavy curtain that did very little to muffle sound, a vampire bride was being disciplined for a botched patrol assignment. The sounds coming from behind that curtain were not pleasant. Metal on stone, a voice begging, a sharp crack. Harry ate his vegetables and did not flinch, because he had been hearing sounds like that for his entire life, and they were as unremarkable to him as birdsong was to a child raised in the countryside. It was just background noise. The sound of the grave doing what the grave always did. Chew with your mouth closed, Shalltear said. She settled into the chair across from him and poured herself a glass of blood from a crystal decanter. Real blood, thick and dark. She sipped it with the practiced elegance of a woman enjoying fine wine at a dinner party. Listen carefully. When you are eventually sent to the surface world, you will be required to interact with humans. Humans judge each other on trivial things. The way you eat, the way you speak, the way you carry yourself in a room. It is pathetic, erinsu, but it is also useful. If you present yourself correctly, they will make assumptions about your status and treat you with deference before you've said a single word. Why would I go to the surface? Because Lord Ains wills it. She set her glass down with a soft clink. You are human, Harry. As much as it pains me to acknowledge, you will eventually need to operate among your own kind. The goal is not to blend in with them. The goal is to make them believe you are above them. Because you are. Harry chewed his chicken thoughtfully, his knife and fork held exactly as instructed. What if they don't believe that? Shalltear smiled. It was a beautiful smile, perfectly symmetrical, showing just a hint of fang. It was also the kind of smile that had been the last thing several hundred people had ever seen. Then you show them, erinsu. The real training started when Harry was 7. Not the reading, not the etiquette drills, not the hours in the library with Titus. The combat training. Cocytus oversaw it personally because Shalltear had asked him to, and because Cocytus held a deep, almost spiritual belief that all beings, regardless of species, size, or apparent squishiness, deserved the opportunity to become warriors. He began with the absolute basics: stance, balance, how to fall correctly without shattering anything important, how to get back up. Harry was terrible at first. He was 7 years old and weighed roughly as much as one of Cocytus's individual legs. His arms were too thin, his coordination was mediocre, and the training room on the second floor was kept at a temperature that would have given a normal child frostbite inside of 10 minutes. Harry wore enchanted training clothes that Shalltear had specifically commissioned from Nazarick's crafters, insulated with warming magic that kept his core temperature stable. The first session nearly killed his spirit before it started. Cocytus demonstrated a basic defensive stance, feet apart, weight centered, arms raised. Harry tried to copy it. His right foot slipped on the frozen stone floor and he went down hard, his elbow smacking the ground with a sound that echoed through the chamber. "Again?" Cocytus said. His voice was deep and resonant, vibrating through the air like a struck bell. His breath fogged in thick clouds. Harry got up. He tried again. His balance held for about 4 seconds this time before he overcorrected and toppled sideways. Again! He fell 43 times in that first session. Cocytus counted every single one. After the session ended, Harry walked out of the training room on legs that trembled with every step, made it about 15 feet down the corridor, leaned against the wall, and threw up. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, spat once, pushed himself off the wall, and kept walking. Shalltear was waiting for him at the entrance to her chambers. One look at his pale, sweating face, and she crossed the distance between them in 2 strides and pulled him into a hug that would have cracked a lesser child's ribs. "How was it, Erinsu?" "I fell 43 times. His voice was muffled against her dress. "And you stood up 43 times. She held him at arm's length and looked at him with those red eyes, and her expression was something fierce and proud and protective all at once. That is what matters. The falling is meaningless. The standing up is everything. Weakness is not failure, Harry. Staying on the ground is failure. Cocytus said I have no natural talent for physical combat. Cocytus says that to everyone he trains. He told me I was too short to be a proper warrior, and I could defeat him in under 60 seconds. She brushed his sweat-soaked hair out of his face with her cold fingers. You are not training to become Cocytus. You are training to become you. And you, my little one, have something that none of them have. What? Magic. She tapped his forehead, right on the scar, with one pale fingertip. Wild magic. Power that does not follow the rules of YGGD Rasil. Power that is yours and yours alone. And when it wakes up, Erinsu, everything changes. By the time he was 9, Harry understood something fundamental about his place in the world. He was human. In Nazarick, that made him the weakest thing breathing. The most fragile creature in the entire Great Tom. Every single being that walked, crawled, flew, or shambled through these corridors could kill him without effort, most of them without even meaning to. A casual backhand from Cocytus would turn him into a stain. A single spell from Ains could erase him from existence so thoroughly that even memory of him would be questionable. But he was Shalltear's. Being Shalltear's meant something in Nazarick. It meant the vampire brides bowed their heads when he walked past, silently and without being told. It meant Demiurge for all his frequent comments about human specimens and experimental livestock kept his hands off. It meant Albedo, who openly disdained humans as a species, acknowledged Harry with a curt nod whenever they crossed paths. It meant Ains Gown, the Supreme One, the Overlord of Death himself, knew his name and used it. Harry sat on the edge of a balcony on the second floor, legs dangling over a drop that would have killed him outright, and watched the undead patrols move through the corridors below. Skeletons in polished armor, marching in perfect formation. Shambling zombies that somehow never bumped into each other. Death Knights posted at every intersection, their massive frames motionless as granite, swords resting on the ground in front of them. This was normal for him. This was home. A Death Knight passed directly below. Harry waved down at it. The Death Knight paused, tilted its horned helmet up, and stared at him with empty eye sockets for about 3 seconds. It did not wave back, because Death Knights don't wave. But there was a small, almost imperceptible tilt of acknowledgement before it resumed its patrol route. You are far too comfortable around them. Arinsu. Harry didn't turn around. He knew the sound of Shalltear's heels on stone better than he knew his own heartbeat. They're not going to hurt me. No, they are not. Shalltear sat down beside him on the edge of the balcony, which was something she very rarely did, because sitting on stone floors was beneath her dignity. But she did it anyway, tucking her skirts beneath her and letting her own legs dangle beside his over the long drop. Tell me what you have learned about the surface world. It was a test. She did this sometimes, quizzing him on things Titus had taught. Humans live there, Harry said. A lot of them. They have their own civilization, their own governments. Some of them can use magic, a different kind from tier magic. Titus calls it wild magic. It's unstructured, emotion-based, channeled through wooden sticks called wands. They have a hidden government called the Ministry of Magic that operates separately from the non-magical population. They fought a war recently. A dark wizard named Voldemort killed a lot of people. And, Harry paused. He touched the scar on his forehead, and a baby stopped him. Not just any baby. Mate? You. Shalltear's voice was soft, which was rare enough that Harry looked at her. You were marked by a fool who believed he understood death. He did not understand it. He was a child playing with forces that were so far beyond his comprehension that it would be laughable if it weren't so tedious. Lord Ains could unmake everything that wizard ever built with a single thought. Then why didn't he? Because it was beneath his attention. Arinsu. She looked at him. But you were not beneath mine. She pulled him against her side with one arm. He let her. Her body was cold and completely still, no heartbeat, no warmth, no breath. And Harry pressed against her anyway because this was what comfort felt like to him. Not warm arms and soft lullabies. Cold skin. The faint smell of old roses, and a voice that told him he mattered in a place where humans were supposed to matter less than nothing. When will I go to the surface? He asked. When you are ready. When is that? When I decide, Arinsu. She rested her chin on top of his head. Not 1 day sooner. Harry's first accidental magic happened 3 days after his 10th birthday. He was in the training room with Cocytus, working through a defensive drill that involved dodging blunted projectiles of ice that Cocytus generated from the moisture in the air and launched at him at increasing speeds. They had been running this drill for months, gradually pushing the velocity higher. Harry had gotten good at reading the trajectory, planting his feet, and twisting out of the way at the last possible moment. Today, Cocytus pushed it too far. A shard of ice the size of Harry's forearm came at him at a speed his body simply could not match. He saw it. His brain registered the angle, the speed, the impact point. His legs moved, but they were too slow. The shard was going to hit him square in the chest, and at that velocity, with that mass, it would shatter ribs at minimum, puncture a lung at worst. Something inside Harry snapped, not broke, snapped, like a rope pulled so tight it finally gave way. A pulse of raw, shapeless force exploded outward from his body in every direction. The ice shard didn't just stop. It disintegrated. The particles blew apart into fine dust that hung in the air like glitter. The 3 shards behind it shattered in midair with a sound like glass breaking. The stones on the training room floor cracked in a perfect circle, radiating outward from where Harry stood, fracture lines spreading like a spider web. The temperature in the room, already well below freezing, plummeted so hard that frost crystallized on the walls in an instant. Every torch on every bracket along every wall in the room flickered once and went out, plunging them into the faint blue glow of Cocytus's own aura. Cocytus went still. Completely, absolutely, perfectly still. for a being that moved with the speed and precision of a master swordsman, capable of drawing and striking faster than the eye could track. Choosing to become perfectly motionless was more alarming than anything else he could have done. "What?" Coitus said, slowly, each word measured and careful. "Was that?" Harry was breathing hard. His hands were shaking, both hands. He could feel something hot building behind his eyes, like pressure trapped inside his skull and looking for a way out. His heart was hammering so fast he could feel it in his teeth. I don't know," he managed. "It just happened. I felt it and it just came out." The training room door slammed open hard enough to crack the frame. Shalltear was there, full combat aura flaring, eyes blazing bright red, her presence flooding the room like ice water. She'd felt the magical pulse from 3 corridors away and had covered the distance in seconds, blowing past 2 patrol groups and a very startled vampire bride in the process. Her gaze swept the room in a single motion, checking for threats, for enemies, for anything that might have harmed him. She found nothing. No enemy, no attacker. Just Harry standing in the center of a cracked floor, surrounded by melting ice dust, in a room where every torch had gone dark. And she smiled. Not her polite smile, not her threatening smile. Not the smile she wore when she was about to do something terrible to someone who deserved it. This was a real smile, wide and bright and blazing with a joy so genuine, it transformed her entire face. It was the kind of smile that several vampire brides watching from the corridor had literally never seen before in their centuries of service, and sincerely hoped to never see again, because it was, in its own way, the most frightening expression she had ever made. She crossed the room in 3 fast strides, scooped Harry off the ground, and spun him around like he was weightless. Which to her he was. "My boy!" She was laughing. Shalltear Bloodfallen, the true vampire, the guardian of the 1st to 3rd floors, was laughing out loud in the middle of a training room, holding a 10-year-old human child over her head and spinning him around. "My brilliant, magnificent, extraordinary boy! You felt it, didn't you? The power! That was yours. Mother, my ribs are... You're squeezing too hard." She eased her grip but didn't let go. Not yet. She lowered him down and held him against her, and she was still laughing, a bright, clear sound that bounced off the stone walls and sounded nothing like what anyone would expect a vampire's laugh to sound like. That was wild magic. "Harry." She set him on his feet and knelt in front of him, her hands on his shoulders, her red eyes alight. "That was your magic, yours. Not tier magic, not a YGGD or ASIL system ability, something that belongs to you and you alone, Erinsu." Harry's hands were still shaking. The hot pressure behind his eyes was slowly fading, leaving behind a strange, buzzing emptiness, like the space after a loud sound where your ears are still ringing. "I was scared." "Good." Her voice was firm. "Fear means you are alive. But you did not freeze, Harry. You did not curl up and accept the blow. Your body, your magic, it protected you. That instinct is worth more than 1,000 memorized spells." Behind them, Cocytus spoke. "The child has potential." There was a weight to the words, a grudging respect that was rare coming from a warrior who measured all things by the standard of the battlefield. Raw and entirely untrained. But the foundation is sound. Shalltear rose to her feet. The smile was still on her face. "I need to tell Lord Ains." She swept out of the training room, moving fast, her heels clicking a rapid staccato on the stone. Harry stood alone in the middle of the cracked floor, surrounded by slowly melting ice, and flexed his fingers. He could still feel it. A hum, deep inside his chest, like a second heartbeat that had always been there, but had finally decided to announce itself. He looked at Cocytus. "Can we go again?" Harry asked. Cocytus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the massive warrior inclined his head in a nod. "Again," Cocytus said. Harry set his stance. Feet apart, weight centered, arms up. This time he didn't fall. That evening, in the throne room. Ain's gown listened to Shalltear's report with the external composure of a deity receiving tribute and the internal composure of a man who had just been told his houseplant could do calculus. Wild magic, Ain's repeated, entirely untied to any magical system we recognize. Yes, my lord. Raw, powerful, and wholly instinctive. It activated in response to physical danger. Arinsu. And you say he destroyed ice projectiles that Cocytus generated at combat speed. Destroyed them. Cracked the floor in a 3-meter radius. Extinguished every torch in the room. Dropped the ambient temperature by at least another 10 degrees. All of it without a spell, a chant, a focus item, or even conscious intent. Ain's was quiet. Inside his skull, Suzuki Satoru was doing rapid mental arithmetic and not liking the numbers. An ability that functioned completely outside tier magic. A power system native to this new world that they could not predict, could not fully counter, and did not yet understand the rules of. And it was sitting inside a child they had complete access to. A child they had raised. A child who called Shalltear mother and bowed to Ain's without being told. This was not just interesting anymore. This was strategic. The experiment's parameters have changed, Ain said. My lord, A is no longer simply a research subject, Shalltear. He is an asset. Ains leaned forward on his throne, and the red lights in his eye sockets intensified. Continue his training. Accelerate it. I want to know the boundaries of this wild magic. How it triggers, what feeds it, how it interacts with tier magic, and whether it can be deliberately channeled. Understood, my lord. And Shalltear. Yes, my lord. His 11th birthday is approaching. According to the intelligence Demiurge has compiled on the wizarding world, children who possess magical ability receive an invitation to a school at the age of 11. A school called Hogwarts. Shalltear's expression went cold. The warmth from the training room, the joy, the pride, all of it vanished behind a wall of ice. You intend to send him to the surface. I intend to send him where his magic can develop in its natural environment. The wizarding world is the native ecosystem for wild magic. Keeping him here limits his growth. Sending him there accelerates it. Ains paused. And it presents an additional opportunity. What opportunity? Intelligence. The word hung in the air. An operative embedded inside the heart of an unknown magical civilization. One they will not merely tolerate, but actively welcome. Because of who he is. Who he is. A is Harry Potter, the boy who lived. According to Demiurge's research, the child is a celebrity in the wizarding world. A hero. The skull turned toward Shalltear. They will not question a hero, Shalltear. They will not suspect a hero. They will open every door for him and hand him every secret, because they believe he is one of them. Shalltear was silent for a long time. The torches crackled. Somewhere deep in Nazarick, something howled. He is my son, Arinsu, she said at last. Her voice was quiet, but there was something underneath it, something hard and sharp and dangerous. He is Nazarick's weapon, Ain said. His voice was gentle, or as gentle as a skeleton's voice could be. These things are not mutually exclusive. No. Shalltear met his gaze. They are not. She bowed, turned, and left the throne room. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, and the doors swung shut behind her. Ains sat in the quiet. Demiurge, he said. A shadow shifted near one of the pillars. Demiurge stepped forward. He had been there the entire time, of course. He was always there. My lord, begin preparing a surface identity package for Harry. Documentation, background story, everything he'll need to blend in. Contact our information network. I want to know everything about Hogwarts. Staff, curriculum, defenses, political affiliations. Everything. It shall be done, my lord. Demiurge smiled. I must say this is a masterstroke. Raising a native operative from infancy, embedding him so deeply that even he believes his cover story on an emotional level. Truly, your long-term planning surpasses all expectation. Suzuki Satoru inside the skull closed his metaphorical eyes. I didn't plan any of this. Shalltear brought home a baby on a whim, and I said yes, because I didn't know how to say no. That's not a masterstroke. That's just me being bad at confrontation. You are too kind, Demiurge, the Overlord said. Merely honest, my lord. In his coffin that night, Harry lay awake. The silk lining was cool against his back. The blue torchlight from the corridor threw thin lines of light across the ceiling through the gap under his door. He pressed his palm flat against his chest. The hum was still there, faint now, resting, but present. A second heartbeat, his magic. He moved his hand to his forehead and touched the scar. It was warm. It was always a little warm, but tonight it felt warmer than usual, like something underneath it had stirred. Somewhere far above him, past the floors of Nazarick, past the swamps and the forests and the mountains, there was a world full of people who used the same kind of magic he'd just discovered inside himself. There was a school where they learned to use it, a society built around it, a history that Harry was apparently already part of, whether he'd asked to be or not. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He didn't feel like a boy who lived. He felt like a boy who had been found. Found by a vampire who fed him red juice and taught him table manners and held him when he fell 43 times in a row and told him that the falling didn't matter. He closed his eyes. In a year, he would walk into a world that thought it knew who he was. They had no idea. Shalltear did not take the news well. That was putting it gently. What actually happened was that Shalltear received the Hogwarts acceptance letter from Demiurge's intelligence team. Read it twice, folded it neatly in half, and then incinerated it with a flick of her wrist. The parchment didn't just burn. It turned to white ash in the space between one breath and the next, and the ash itself dissolved before it hit the floor. "No," she said. Harry was sitting on the edge of his coffin, watching her. He was 11 years old now. Taller than he used to be, obviously, but still slight, still thin. With the kind of lean build that comes from years of physical training under a frozen insect warrior, rather than from eating 3 meals a day and playing sports in the sunshine. His black hair was messy in a way that defied every grooming attempt Shalltear had ever made, and his green eyes were calm behind a pair of round glasses that Pistonia had procured from the surface 2 years ago, when they noticed him squinting at his books. The scar on his forehead was hidden under his fringe. It was always a little warm. "Mother," Harry said, "Lord Ains already approved it." "Lord Ains can approve whatever he wishes, Arinsu. That does not mean I must enjoy it." "You don't have to enjoy it. You just have to let me go." Shalltear turned on him. Her eyes were bright red, brighter than usual, which meant she was upset. When Shalltear was calm, her eyes were a steady, dark crimson. When she was angry, they burned. When she was genuinely distressed, they flickered, like candles in a draught. Right now they were flickering. "You are 11 years old, Harry. You are human. You are fragile. The surface world is full of things that could kill you, and most of those things don't even know you exist yet. The ones that do know you exist, the ones who remember the name Harry Potter, they will either worship you or try to destroy you, and I am not confident you can tell the difference." "I can tell the difference." "Can you?" "Because the humans who worship you will smile and shake your hand and poison your food the moment you turn your back. That is what humans do, Arinsu. They betray. It is their defining characteristic." Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he stood up, crossed the room, and hugged her. Shalltear went stiff. Not because she didn't want to be hugged. She always went stiff for the first second or two, like she had to remember how the whole thing worked. And then her arms would come up, and she would hold him so tightly it bordered on rib damage. That was what happened now. Her arms locked around his back, and she pressed her chin against the top of his head and said nothing for a while. "I will be fine," his voice muffled against her dress. "You will report to me weekly, Arinsu." "Yes, if anyone threatens you." You will contact Nazarick immediately. Yes. If anyone so much as looks at you in a way I would find displeasing, you will tell me their name. Mother. Their full name, Harry. He pulled back and looked up at her. She was not smiling. Her face was a mask of cold aristocratic composure, the face she wore when she was giving orders. But her eyes were still flickering, and one of her hands was gripping the back of his shirt, like she was holding on to something she wasn't ready to let go of. I will make you proud, Harry said. You already have Erinsu. The words came out quickly, almost grudgingly, like they'd escaped before she could stop them. She let go of his shirt and straightened his collar with brisk, precise movements. Now, let us discuss your equipment. Harry did not arrive at King's Cross Station with a trunk, an owl, and a ticket for platform 9 3/4 like every other first-year student at Hogwarts. He arrived through a gate. The spell opened in a maintenance corridor behind platform 9, in a dead spot between two security cameras that Demiurge's intelligence team had identified during their preliminary survey of the station. Harry stepped through, and the gate closed behind him with a soft hiss, leaving no trace. He was dressed in black, not robes, not yet, but a fitted suit of dark fabric that Shalltear had personally selected. The cut was old-fashioned, almost Victorian, with a high collar and silver buttons. Underneath, layered into the lining, were defensive enchantments from Nazarick's crafting division. Not the strongest ones. Ains had been specific about that. Nothing that would register as overtly powerful to anyone scanning for magical signatures. Just enough passive protection to stop a mid-tier spell from doing lethal damage. His wand was in his right pocket. They had acquired it from a wand maker named Ollivander 3 weeks earlier, during a surface trip that Demiurge had orchestrated with disturbing efficiency. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. The wand had practically leaped into Harry's hand the moment he touched it, and Ollivander had gone very pale and said something about the wand's twin that Harry hadn't fully understood at the time, but Demiurge had found extremely interesting. In his left pocket was a small, smooth stone. It looked like nothing. A river pebble, gray and ordinary. It was in fact a communication crystal, linked directly to Nazarick's message network. 1 pulse of mana, and he could reach Shalltear in under a second. Harry walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without hesitation. The magic felt like pushing through a curtain of warm water. One step he was in the mundane world, next step he was somewhere else entirely. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families everywhere. Parents fussing over children, children fussing over pets, owls screeching from cages, cats weaving between legs, trunks being dragged across flagstones with a sound that set Harry's teeth on edge. The Hogwarts Express sat at the platform, scarlet and enormous, steam billowing from its engine in thick white clouds. The noise was incredible. Lauder shouting, crying, the thump of luggage being loaded, a woman somewhere yelling about someone named Neville losing his toad again. Harry stood at the edge of it all and watched. This was what humans did. This was how they lived, loud, messy, disorganized, bumping into each other and apologizing and hugging and crying over goodbyes that would last a few months at most. Every single person on this platform operated on feelings. They made decisions based on emotions rather than logic, formed attachments based on proximity rather than utility, and defended those attachments with an irrational ferocity that had nothing to do with strategic value. It was fascinating, and a little exhausting. Harry boarded the train. He found an empty compartment near the back, sat down by the window, and pulled a book from his jacket. It was disguised to look like a first-year charms textbook. Underneath the glamour, it was a tactical briefing packet Demiurge had prepared, detailing Hogwarts staff, known political factions within the student body, the 4 house philosophies, and a preliminary assessment of Albus Dumbledore's capabilities and likely strategies. He was 3 pages in when the compartment door slid open. The boy standing in the doorway was pale blonde, and carried himself with the kind of rigid posture that came from being told your entire life that you were better than everyone else. He had a pointed chin, gray eyes, and two other boys flanking him who were built like small wardrobes. They didn't look particularly intelligent. They looked like they were there to be large. "This compartment's taken," Harry said, without looking up. "I know. That's rather the point." The blond boy stepped inside. His voice was clipped, upper class, dripping with a confidence that hadn't been earned yet. "Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at Draco Malfoy. He looked at the two boys behind him, who had arranged themselves in what they probably thought was an intimidating formation in the doorway. "Harry Potter," Harry said. He did not shake the hand. Draco's eyes widened. Just slightly, but enough. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead, where the scar was hidden beneath his hair, and something shifted behind his expression. Recognition, excitement, and something that looked a lot like calculation. "Harry Potter. Well, Father mentioned you might be starting this year. He'll be very interested to hear we've met. Will he? Malfoys always know the right people." Draco settled into the seat across from Harry without being invited. The two large boys remained standing in the doorway like a pair of breathing barricades. "I can help you there, Potter. Hogwarts can be tricky to navigate. The wrong sort of people, you know. Mudbloods, blood traitors, that sort of crowd. I can make sure you end up where you belong." Harry closed his book. He set it on the seat beside him. He looked at Draco Malfoy with the same expression he used when Titus presented him with a particularly dull passage of reading, polite, attentive, completely empty. "Where I belong," Harry repeated. "Slytherin, obviously. It's where all the proper families end up. Malfoys have been in Slytherin for centuries. So have the Blacks, the Lestranges, the Knots. It's where the real power sits. I see." Draco leaned forward, warming to his subject. He was the kind of talker who took silence as agreement. "The thing about Hogwarts is, the sorting is everything. You get put in the wrong house and you're done. Gryffindor's full of reckless idiots who think bravery means running headfirst into walls. Hufflepuff is, well, it's Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw's all bookworms who can't hold a wand properly. But Slytherin is where the future runs." "You've given this a lot of thought," Harry said. "Feather says preparation is everything. Your father sounds like a careful man." "He is. The most influential wizard in Britain. If you ask the right people." Draco's chest puffed slightly. "He sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, has the minister's ear, and owns more property than most families have owned in a century. When you know a Malfoy, you know everyone." Harry was quiet for a moment. He studied Draco the way he'd been taught to study things in Nazarick. Not with hostility, not with warmth, with assessment. Draco Malfoy was 11 years old, puffed full of inherited pride, utterly convinced of his own importance, and had walked into this compartment expecting to recruit the most famous child in the wizarding world, like he was offering a club membership. In Nazarick, Draco Malfoy would not have survived his first hour. Not because anyone would have specifically targeted him, but because the grave did not tolerate weakness. An arrogance without power to back it up was the most dangerous weakness of all. But this was not Nazarick. This was the surface world, and on the surface people like Draco Malfoy had uses. "All right," Harry said. Draco blinked. "All right. Tell me more about your father's connections. I'd like to understand the political structure." Something shifted in Draco's expression. He had come in expecting to do the talking, to perform the pitch, and he had succeeded faster than he anticipated. There was a flash of satisfaction, then suspicion, then satisfaction again. He decided to take the win. "Right. Well, there's the Sacred 28, the oldest pureblood families. Then there's the ministry hierarchy, which is technically separate from blood status, but practically not. The current minister is Cornelius Fudge, who's basically a puppet for... Draco talked for the next 20 minutes. Harry listened, not passively. He asked questions. Short, specific questions that made Draco feel important and also extracted more information than Draco realized he was giving. Who funds the ministry? Which families have feuds? Who controls the Wisengamot seats? How does the Board of Governors interact with the headmaster? Draco answered everything with the cheerful obliviousness of a boy who didn't understand that he was being debriefed. The compartment door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the doorway. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which struck Harry as both premature and telling. Behind her, hovering uncertainly, was a round-faced boy who looked like he'd been crying recently and was trying very hard to pretend he hadn't. "Has anyone seen a toad?" the girl asked. Her voice was brisk and confident. The voice of someone who had read every book on the syllabus and wanted everyone to know about it. "A boy named Neville's lost one. Do I look like I've seen a toad?" Draco's voice dripped with contempt. "Go away. We're having a conversation." The girl's jaw tightened. Her gaze swept the compartment, landed on Harry, and stayed there for a moment. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and you are?" "Harry Potter," Harry said. The reaction was immediate and ridiculous. The round-faced boy behind Hermione made a squeaking noise. Hermione's eyes went very wide, then very narrow, then back to normal in the space of about 1 second. She recovered faster than most adults would have. "I've read about you," she said. "You're in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm aware. Is it true? What happened with you know who? I don't know. I was a baby." Hermione opened her mouth to ask another question, caught the look on Draco's face. Decided the political dynamics of this compartment were more complicated than she'd initially assessed, and retreated with a, "Well, if you see a toad, that fooled absolutely no one." The round-faced boy Neville lingered for a second. His eyes met Harry's, and Harry saw something there that he recognized. Not admiration, not curiosity. Fear, the instinctive animal recognition of something dangerous. Neville didn't know why he was afraid of the quiet, polite boy sitting by the window. His body knew. His brain hadn't caught up yet. Neville left. Draco was smirking. "Granger. Mudblood, almost certainly. You can always tell." "Can you?" Harry said. "It was not a question." "Feather says the Mudbloods are diluting the magical bloodlines. Every generation, more of them show up, stealing seats in the ministry, changing traditions, turning Hogwarts into some kind of social experiment. The old families, the proper families, were being pushed out of our own world." Harry was quiet. Draco took this as agreement, which was becoming a pattern. "The thing is, Potter, blood matters. It's not just about power, it's about heritage. The ancient houses carry centuries of magical knowledge in their blood. You can't just brew that in a cauldron. It's inherited, earned through generations." Harry thought about Nazarick. He thought about Ains Ul Gown, who had no blood at all. He thought about Shalltear, whose blood wasn't real. He thought about Cocytus, who didn't even have a circulatory system. The most powerful beings he had ever known were defined by what they could do, not where they came from. The concept of inherited superiority through bloodline was, by Nazarick's standards, so absurd it circled back around to being mildly entertaining. "Interesting perspective," Harry said. Draco smiled. He had no idea what was behind that flat green stare. He had no idea that the boy sitting across from him had watched prisoners being tortured for educational purposes, had been trained in combat by a floor guardian, had read the Necronomicon before most children learned long division, and was carrying a communication stone that could summon a vampire who could kill every person on this train in under 90 seconds. "I think we're going to be great friends, Potter," Draco said. "I think so too," Harry said, and meant something entirely different by it. Hogwarts announced itself before you could see it. The train pulled to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, and Harry stepped out onto a dark platform lit by swinging lanterns. The air hit him first. Cold, clean, sharp with pine and something else underneath, something electric, magic. Not the controlled, structured magic of Nazarick, contained within tier systems and carefully regulated. This was wild. It saturated the air, the ground, the stones of the station. It seeped up from the earth like groundwater, thick and old and completely uncontrolled. Harry could feel it buzzing against his skin. The hum in his chest, the one he'd felt since his magic awakened last year, intensified. It was responding to this place, resonating with it, like two tuning forks vibrating at the same frequency. Furs years! Furs years over here. The man with the lantern was massive. Not Cocytus massive. Cocytus was an insectoid war machine built for combat. This man was just big. Tall as a doorframe and twice as wide, with a wild black beard and hands the size of dustbin lids. He radiated warmth in the most literal sense. Harry could feel it from 10 feet away, a wave of body heat and uncomplicated kindness that was so foreign to his experience it was almost disorienting. Rubeus Hagrid, Harry murmured to himself, matching the face to Demiurge's briefing file. Keeper of Keys and Grounds. Half-giant. Expelled in his 3rd year, wand snapped. Loyal to Dumbledore beyond rational assessment. They crossed the lake in boats. The water was black and still and deep, and Harry kept one hand on the side of the boat and didn't look down, because Cocytus had taught him that you never stare into dark water unless you wanted to find out what was staring back. And then Hogwarts appeared. It rose out of the darkness like something from a dream. Towers and turrets and lit windows climbing into the night sky, reflected perfectly in the black lake below. It was enormous. It was old. It was alive in a way that buildings had no right to be, thrumming with accumulated centuries of magic that had soaked into every stone and beam and staircase. The first years around Harry gasped. A girl in the next boat whispered, "Oh my God!" Neville Longbottom made another squeaking noise. Harry looked at Hogwarts and thought, Nazarick is bigger. But he understood, distantly, why these children were impressed. They had grown up in the normal world. Their frame of reference was houses and shops, and maybe the occasional cathedral. They had never seen the throne room. They had never walked through the great library of Ashurbanipal, or stood on the balcony of the 2nd floor, and watched death night patrols march in formation below. For them, Hogwarts was the most magical thing they had ever seen. For Harry, it was a target assessment. Defensive wards extensive but old, probably layered by multiple generations. No anti-teleportation barriers that he could detect, which was a glaring weakness. Detection grid, present but tuned for dark magic signatures, which meant anything operating outside the standard magical classification, such as tier magic, would likely slip through unnoticed. Physical security, the front doors were oak and iron. Impressive looking, but probably wouldn't stop a death knight for more than 3 seconds. He catalogued all of this automatically, the way Cocytus had taught him to catalog any new environment. Exits, choke points, lines of sight, defensive weaknesses. It was reflex now, not conscious thought. The boats bumped against the shore. The first years climbed out, stumbling and chattering and craning their necks. Harry stepped out cleanly, his balance steady, his footing sure. Cocytus's training, you never stumbled. You never lost your footing. Your body was always ready. Professor McGonagall met them at the doors. Harry recognized her from Demiurge's file. But the file hadn't captured the sheer weight of her presence. She was tall and thin, and looked like she could silence a room just by tightening her lips, which she did approximately every 4 seconds. Her eyes swept over the first years with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been doing this for decades and had long since stopped being charmed by nervous children. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. Her voice was Scottish and stern and brooked no argument. "In a few moments, you will walk through those doors and be sorted into your houses. Your house will be like your family during your time here. Triumphs will earn points. Rule breaking will lose them." She paused. Her gaze found Harry in the crowd, lingered for exactly 1 second, and moved on. Harry noticed. He noticed everything. McGonagall led them into the great hall. It was designed to overwhelm, and it worked. 4 long tables ran the length of the room, each packed with students. Candles floated above them. Hundreds and hundreds of candles suspended in midair, and above the candles, the ceiling showed the night sky. Not a painting or an illusion. The actual sky, clouds and stars and all. Somehow grafted onto the interior of the castle so seamlessly that it was impossible to tell where the hall ended and the heavens began. At the far end sat the staff table, and in the center of that table sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry's chest tightened, not from fear, from recognition. He had studied Dumbledore's file more than any other. The man was old, white-bearded, bespectacled, and dressed in robes that would have been considered eccentric in a circus. He looked like a kindly grandfather. He radiated benevolence the way a fire radiated heat, warm and inviting and seemingly harmless. Every single word of that impression was a lie. Demiurge's assessment had been thorough and deeply respectful, which from Demiurge was practically an endorsement. Dumbledore was brilliant. Not Ains brilliant, not Overlord of Death brilliant, but brilliant in the way that mattered on this world stage. He was the most politically powerful wizard in Britain, possibly Europe. He had defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in single combat. He was headmaster of the school, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation. He ran an intelligence network of his own, the Order of the Phoenix, and had been running it for decades. And he had left Harry on a doorstep. That detail sat in Harry's mind like a splinter. It had been in the briefing. Dumbledore had personally carried Harry to the Dursleys' house and left him on the porch in November, in the cold, with nothing but a blanket and a letter. He had done this because of blood wards, because of protection, because of strategy. All very logical, all very calculated, all very cold for a man who claimed to value love above everything. A stool sat at the front of the hall. On it rested a hat. The hat was old, patched, frayed, and profoundly ugly. It also, after a moment, opened a rip near its brim and started to sing. Harry listened to the song the way he listened to everything. Carefully. The hat sang about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. It made them all sound equally appealing, which Harry suspected was diplomatic rather than honest. The song ended. The hall applauded. McGonagall unfurled a scroll. Names were called. Students walked up, sat on the stool, had the hat placed on their heads, and were sorted. Some took seconds. Some took minutes. Each time, a table erupted in cheers, and the students stumbled over to join their new house with a dazed, happy expression that Harry found interesting in a clinical way. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl from the train walked up with her chin high and her shoulders square. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Gryffindor." She looked pleased but not surprised, which told Harry she'd known where she wanted to go before she'd even sat down. Longbottom. Neville. The round-faced boy nearly tripped on the way up. The hat took several minutes with him, and Neville looked increasingly distressed during the wait. "Gryffindor," the hat finally called, and Neville practically ran to the table with relief flooding his face. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked up like he owned the hall. The hat barely grazed his hair. "Slyth Ryan." Draco smirked and strolled to the Slytherin table, where several older students clapped him on the back. More names, more sortings. The Potter Harry. The hall went quiet. Not gradually quiet. Not the polite reduction in volume that accompanies any interesting name. This was a hard stop, like someone had hit a mute button. Every head turned. Every eye locked onto Harry as he walked toward the stool. He heard the whispers start before he'd taken 3 steps. Potter. The Harry Potter. Where's his scar? Can you see his scar? I heard he was raised by muggles. He doesn't look like much. Does he? Harry sat on the stool. His back was straight. His hands rested on his knees. His breathing was even. He looked out at the sea of faces staring at him and felt nothing in particular about any of them. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. The brim slid down past his eyes, blocking the hall. The noise dimmed. And then a voice spoke inside his skull, dry and papery, and very, very close. Well. Harry Potter. Harry said nothing. He waited. You know, most students think something when I'm placed on their heads. A worry, a hope, a preference. Your mind is quiet, deliberately so. I was taught that an unguarded mind is an open door, Harry said, not out loud. Inside his head. Yes, I can see that. The hat's voice shifted. It was probing, reaching deeper. Pressing against the mental barriers that had been carefully constructed over 10 years of living in Nazarick. You've been trained in occlumency. No, not occlumency. Something different. Something that doesn't feel like this world's magic at all. Let me just... The hat pushed. Harry let it. Not all the way. Not even close. But he relaxed the outermost layer of his mental defenses, the way Shalltear had instructed him to. Let them see enough to sort you, she had said. No more than that, Arinsu. The hat saw the first 3 floors. It saw the grave. The narrow stone corridors lit by blue flame. The coffins built into the walls. The vampire brides gliding silently through the shadows. The death knights standing motionless at every intersection, massive and still and radiating an aura of absolute death. The hat flinched. Harry felt it, a psychic recoil, like touching a hot stove. What is this place? It saw Shalltear. Not the maternal version. Not the one who held Harry and smoothed his hair and called him her brilliant boy. It saw the other Shalltear, the true form, the blood frenzy. A monster in a ball gown, drenched in gore, laughing as she tore through enemies with a spear made of crystallized blood, her mouth stretched too wide, her eyes burning, her power so vast and suffocating that the hat's consciousness actually buckled under the weight of the memory. Stop, the hat said. Stop, stop, stop. It saw Ains, a skeleton in a throne room the size of a cathedral, surrounded by entities that defied every magical taxonomy the hat had built over 1,000 years of sorting. A man who was not a man, an undead who commanded undead. An intelligence so alien and vast that trying to comprehend it was like trying to read a book written in a language that didn't exist. It saw Cositus, Demiurge, Albedo, the things that lived in the deeper floors, the things that Shalltear had warned Harry about, the things even Nazarick's own servants were afraid of. Kaihuko's domain, Neuronist's chamber, the frozen battlefield of the 5th floor where warriors fought and died, and were resurrected and fought again in an endless cycle of violence. The hat was shaking. Harry could feel it trembling on his head, a physical vibration that the students in the front rows could probably see. You, the hat's voice was barely a whisper now. You were raised in that place. You grew up there. Yes, you're a child. I am. Those things, those creatures, they're real. They exist. They're my family, Harry said. The hat was silent for several seconds. When it spoke again, its voice had changed. The dry, confident, slightly amused tone was gone. It sounded like someone who had opened a closet, expecting to find old coats, and had found something looking back at them from the dark. Where do I put you? The hat asked. It was talking to itself as much as to Harry. Gryffindor. No, bravery implies risk. You don't take risks. You calculate. Ravenclaw. Your intelligence is a weapon, not a pursuit. You don't seek knowledge for its own sake. You seek it because it makes you more dangerous. Hufflepuff. You are loyal, I'll give you that. But your loyalty is to beings that would make Salazar Slytherin himself weep with terror. Slytherin, Harry said. Yes, the hat said. Slytherin. Obviously Slytherin. Ambition. Cunning self-preservation. You fit Slytherin like a key fits a lock, and that terrifies me, Mr. Potter, because I am quite confident you will eat that house alive from the inside. That's the plan. I know. A pause. I'm going to put you there, because I don't have anywhere else to put you, and because putting you anywhere else would be worse for everyone in that house. At least in Slytherin, they're used to predators. But I want to tell you something first. Go ahead. There is something in you that those creatures did not put there. Something underneath all of that darkness, and all of that training, and all of that power. I can feel it. It's small and it's buried, and you probably don't even know it's there. But it's warm. It's the part of you that loves your mother. Not the vampire. The real one, the woman who died for you. That warmth is yours, Mr. Potter. Don't let them take it. Harry said nothing. "Out, the hat shouted. The brim lifted. Light flooded back. The Slytherin table exploded with cheers and applause, the loudest reception of the night. Harry pulled the hat off his head, set it carefully on the stool, and walked to the Slytherin table. He did not look at Dumbledore. He could feel the old man's eyes on him, though. Blue and sharp and calculating, burning 2 holes in the back of his head as he crossed the hall. He sat down next to Draco, who was grinning like he'd won a bet. Draco said, "Slytherin. Where else?" "Where else?" Harry agreed. Across the table, a girl was watching him. She had dark hair that fell past her shoulders and blue eyes that were steady and cool and completely unimpressed by the spectacle that had just occurred. While every other student at the Slytherin table was either celebrating or staring at Harry with open curiosity, she was simply watching, assessing. Her posture was relaxed, but her gaze was sharp, and she held her goblet in a way that suggested she was very aware of everything happening around her, and had already decided how much of it mattered. Daphne Greengrass. Harry knew her name from Demiurge's briefing. Greengrass family, Sacred 28, politically neutral, which in the current climate was itself a political statement. Father ran a moderately successful potions trading company. Mother came from the Rosier line. The family had survived 2 wizarding wars by the simple expedient of not picking sides until the winner was obvious, and then picking that side with impeccable timing. Daphne's eyes met Harry's across the table. Most people, when Harry looked at them directly, looked away. It wasn't conscious. It was the same instinct that made Neville Longbottom flinch on the train. The animal part of the brain that recognized a predator and said, "Don't draw attention." Draco had ignored it because Draco's ego was louder than his survival instincts. Hermione had ignored it because Hermione's curiosity was louder than her fear. But most people looked away. Daphne didn't look away. She held his gaze for 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than anyone else had managed, and then she picked up her goblet, took a sip, and turned to say something to the girl sitting next to her. Interesting, Harry thought. The feast appeared on the tables. Mountains of food. Roast beef, chicken, pork chops, potatoes in every form, vegetables, sauces, gravies, everything steaming and golden and absurdly abundant. The students attacked it with enthusiasm. Draco was talking to a boy named Theodore Nott. The large boys from the train, Crabby and Goyle, were already eating with a dedication that bordered on athletic. Harry looked at his plate. He selected food carefully. Small portions. Arranged neatly, he examined each item before eating it. Not obviously. Not in a way that anyone would notice unless they were specifically watching for it. But he checked the meat for texture inconsistencies, sniffed the gravy, and took a small bite of the potatoes and waited 3 seconds before taking another. It was a habit. Shalltear had trained it into him. Never eat what you have not assessed. Arinsu. Poison is the weapon of the intelligent coward, and intelligent cowards are the most dangerous kind. Daphne Greengrass was specifically watching for it. She sat 3 seats down and on the opposite side of the table, which gave her a clear line of sight to Harry's plate without having to turn her head. She noticed the way he arranged his food. She noticed the 3-second pause between bites. She noticed the way his eyes tracked the serving dishes when they were passed, cataloging who touched what. He doesn't eat like a child, she thought. He eats like someone who expects to be poisoned. The feast continued. Desserts replaced the main course. Treacle tart ice cream, every kind of cake and pastry imaginable. The volume in the hall rose as students relaxed and sugar hit their bloodstreams. Draco was loudly telling Theodore not about his father's latest acquisition. Crabbe had eaten so much he looked vaguely ill. Goyle was still going. Harry ate a single piece of treacle tart. He ate it slowly, and something about his expression changed when he tasted it. A softening. Just for a moment. The tight, controlled composure that he'd maintained since walking into the great hall relaxed by exactly 1 degree, and for about 3 seconds he looked like what he was, an 11-year-old boy eating a piece of cake and enjoying it. Then it was gone, and the composure was back, and Harry Potter was a mystery again. Dumbledore stood at the staff table and gave a speech. Harry listened. Most of it was standard welcome back. Don't go into the forbidden forest. Filch has added more items to the banned list. But then Dumbledore said something that made Harry's attention sharpen. I must also inform you that this year, the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. He said it cheerfully, like a man announcing a minor change to the lunch menu. Harry filed that away. 3rd floor, right-hand corridor. Something dangerous enough to warrant a public warning, but not dangerous enough to actually seal properly. Either Dumbledore wanted students to stay away, or he wanted one specific student to investigate. Both possibilities were interesting. The feast ended. Prefects led the first years to their dormitories. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, behind a stretch of bare stone wall that opened when you said the password. Inside, it was all green light and dark leather and windows that looked out into the lake. Fish drifted past the glass, slow and silent, casting flickering shadows across the floor. Harry was assigned a bed in a shared dormitory with Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Theodore Nott, and a quiet boy named Blaise Zabini who had said approximately 4 words all evening and seemed perfectly content with that record. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. The mattress was soft, softer than his coffin. The sheets were cotton, not silk. There was a pillow, which was a concept he still found mildly excessive. The green hangings around the 4-poster bed created a small, enclosed space that was, if he was being honest, not entirely unlike a coffin. He could work with this. He pulled the communication crystal from his pocket and pressed his thumb against it. A pulse of mana, tiny and controlled, barely a whisper. The response was immediate. Shalltear's voice filled his mind, clear as if she were standing beside him. You're alive, Arinsu. I'm alive, the school, intact, well defended but exploitable. The headmaster is exactly as the briefing described. I've been placed in Slytherin House, as expected. And the other children? Manageable. I've made initial contact with Draco Malfoy. He's useful as a social asset but has no real power of his own. His value is entirely inherited. A pause. And have they been kind to you? Harry blinked. The question caught him off guard. Not the words, but the tone. It wasn't the voice of a floor guardian receiving an intelligence report. It was the voice of a mother asking her son about his first day at school. They've been, Harry said. Fine. Yes. If anyone is unkind to you, Harry, I want their name. You've already said that. Mother, and I will keep saying it Arinsu every day, until you understand that I mean it every time. The crystal went quiet. The connection held, open and warm like a hand extended in the dark. Good night, Mother, Harry said. Good night, my little one. Sleep well. The connection closed. Harry lay back on the unfamiliar bed in the unfamiliar room in this unfamiliar world that thought it knew who he was. Above him, through the dormitory window, the lake water shifted and glowed faintly green, and a large shadow moved slowly past the glass, something ancient and patient that lived in the deep water. Harry watched it until it disappeared into the dark. Then he closed his eyes, folded his hands on his chest, and slept the way he always slept, perfectly still, on his back, in the exact center of the bed, like he was lying in a coffin. Across the castle, in a circular office at the top of a winding staircase, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and stared at nothing. Fawkes, his phoenix, trilled softly from his perch. The sound was warm and soothing and had no effect whatsoever on the cold knot forming in Dumbledore's chest. Harry Potter was in Slytherin. That alone was manageable. The Sorting Hat made its own choices, and Dumbledore had learned long ago not to argue with a 1,000-year-old magical artifact. Slytherin did not mean evil. Slytherin meant ambitious, and ambition in the right hands could be a powerful force for good. But Harry Potter had not arrived from the Dursleys. That was the problem. That was the cold knot. Dumbledore had known, of course. He had known for 10 years. Since the morning Petunia Dursley had opened her front door and found no baby, no blanket, no basket. Just a letter in green ink that she'd thrown away without reading. Dumbledore had known that his plan, the blood wards, the protection, the carefully constructed safety net, had failed on the very first night. He had searched. Quietly, relentlessly, using every resource at his disposal. He had sent Hagrid, Moody, Snape. He had called in favors from the Department of Mysteries. He had consulted seers, cast locating charms, examined the magical residue on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, down to the molecular level. He had found nothing. For 10 years, Harry Potter had simply not existed. No magical signature, no location trace, no record of him in any magical community anywhere on the planet. It was as if the boy had fallen through a crack in the world and landed somewhere that Dumbledore's magic could not reach. And now he was here, sitting at the Slytherin table, 11 years old, polite, composed, and radiating something that Dumbledore's considerable experience could not quite identify. The boy moved wrong. That was the best way Dumbledore could articulate it. Children didn't move like that. Adults didn't move like that. Harry Potter walked with a precision and economy of motion that spoke to years of physical training, not the casual clumsiness of a child who'd grown up in a normal home. His eyes tracked the room the way a soldier's eyes tracked a room. He had sat on the sorting stool with his back straight and his hands on his knees, perfectly still, like someone who had been taught that stillness was a weapon. And the Sorting Hat had been terrified. Dumbledore had seen the hat sort thousands of students. He had seen it hesitate, laugh, argue, debate. He had never seen it shake. He had never seen the brim tremble the way it had trembled on Harry Potter's head, and when the hat had finally shouted, "Slytherin," there had been something in its voice that Dumbledore had never heard before in 1,000 sortings. Not confidence, not satisfaction, relief. The relief of something that had looked into a very deep hole and had managed to step back from the edge. Dumbledore pulled the Sorting Hat toward him across the desk. "What did you see?" The hat was quiet for a long time. When it spoke, its voice was subdued, careful, like it was choosing each word with enormous precision. "I saw a place, Albus. A place that is not in this world. Dark stone and blue fire and things that should not exist. Creatures that would reduce the defenses of this castle to rubble in minutes. And a child who grew up among them like a wolf pup raised in a den of dragons." "What creatures?" The hat hesitated. "I don't have the words. They're outside every frame of reference I possess. One of them was a skeleton in a throne. Another was a vampire of a kind I have never encountered in 1,000 years of touching minds. The boy calls her mother." Dumbledore's hand, reaching for a lemon drop, stopped. "Mother," he repeated. She raised him, she loves him, Albus. That is the truly terrifying part. Whatever that thing is, wherever she comes from, she loves that child with a ferocity that I can only compare to Lily Potter's sacrifice. The same depth. The same willingness to destroy anything that threatens him. But where Lily's love was a shield, this creature's love is a sword. Fawkes trilled again. Dumbledore did not respond. "What house should I have put him in?" the Hat asked. Dumbledore looked out the window at the dark grounds of Hogwarts, at the forest beyond, at the sky above, at the world he had spent his entire life trying to protect. "I don't know," he said. It was the most honest thing he had said in years. 3 years changed things. Not the big things. Harry was still in Slytherin. Still quiet, still precise. Still carrying himself through the corridors of Hogwarts with that unsettling economy of motion that made other students step aside without understanding why. The scar was still hidden under his fringe. The communication crystal was still in his left pocket. The coffin-shaped sleeping habit was still firmly in place, though the Hogwarts 4 poster made it slightly less dramatic. The small things changed. Those were the ones that mattered. Hermione Granger sat across from Harry in the library, surrounded by a fortification of open books that would have made Titus proud. Her quill scratched furiously across a length of parchment that had already grown to 4 feet and showed no signs of stopping. She was cross-referencing 3 different texts simultaneously, and her eyes moved between them with a speed that suggested she had either memorized all 3 or had developed the ability to read multiple pages at once. She had not joined Harry's circle by choice. Not exactly. It had started in 2nd year, during the Chamber of Secrets disaster. While the rest of the school panicked about a monster petrifying students, Harry had been the one to identify the basilisk, not through courage or adventure, through research. He had found the answer in the restricted section in under 4 hours, because he already knew what a basilisk was. He'd read about them in Nazarick's bestiary when he was 8. He'd told Hermione. Just Hermione, not because he trusted her. Because her intellect was useful, and giving her the answer before anyone else cemented a debt. Hermione Granger, for all her Gryffindor loyalty and moral certainty, could not resist the pull of someone who took knowledge as seriously as she did. Harry didn't flatter her intelligence. He used it. He gave her problems that were genuinely difficult, asked questions that stretched her mind, and treated her research with a respect that none of her peers had ever managed. She knew, on some level, that she was being managed. Hermione was too smart not to sense it. But Harry never lied to her, never condescended, never pretended they were something they weren't. He was honest about the transactional nature of their arrangement in a way that was, perversely, more respectful than the friendships she'd had before. Ron Weasley had been her friend because proximity made it convenient. Harry Potter used her because she was brilliant, and he never pretended otherwise. "I've found something," Hermione said, not looking up. The True Wizard Tournament was discontinued in 1792 after a cockatrice injured 3 of the judges. It's been revived exactly twice since then, both times with significant modifications to the original format. Security modifications, mostly. Age restrictions binding magical contracts. Medical staff on standby. The tasks themselves are still designed to be potentially lethal, which I find frankly irresponsible, but the Ministry has classified the risk level as acceptable, based on historical survival rates. She paused. Which are not actually very reassuring when you look at the numbers. What are the numbers? Roughly 1 fatality per tournament, historically. Sometimes more. Acceptable, Harry said with a flatness that made Hermione glance up from her parchment. You don't seem concerned. I'm not. Harry, someone put your name in that goblet. You didn't enter yourself. That means someone wants you in this tournament, and given the mortality rate, the reasons for that are not likely to be friendly. I'm aware. Hermione set down her quill. She looked at him with that particular expression she got when she was trying to decide whether to push a point or let it go. Hermione Granger did not let things go easily. It was one of the qualities that made her useful, and one of the qualities that occasionally made Harry want to leave the room. "You know something," she said. "I know a lot of things, Hermione. You know something about who put your name in, or you suspect." Harry closed the book he'd been reading. "I suspect that whoever placed my name in the Goblet of Fire did so because they want me in a situation where I'm exposed, vulnerable, away from the protections of the school grounds, surrounded by chaos with every eye on me. That's not a suspicion. That's a tactical assessment." "Same thing." Hermione stared at him for another moment, then picked up her quill and went back to writing. "I've compiled everything I can find on dragon handling for the first task. Common Welsh greens respond to calming charms. Swedish short snouts can be blinded by conjured sunlight, and Chinese fireballs are susceptible to musical resonance. The Hungarian horntail has no documented weaknesses. It doesn't need to have a weakness." "That's alarmingly confident." "Harry, I know what I'm doing." Across the library, at a table near the window, Ron Weasley was pretending to study. He had a Transfiguration textbook open in front of him, but he hadn't turned a page in 20 minutes. He was watching Harry and Hermione the way he'd been watching them for 2 years now from a distance, with an expression that shifted between resentment and something that looked a lot like grief. Ron had been Harry's friend once. Briefly, in the early days of first year, before Harry's nature had become clear. Ron had attached himself to Harry Potter the celebrity with the eager loyalty of a boy who wanted desperately to be part of something important. It had lasted about 3 months. Then Ron had started noticing things. The way Harry spoke to people. The way people reacted to Harry. The way the air in a room changed when Harry walked in. Like the temperature dropped by half a degree, and everyone's survival instincts kicked up by the same amount. Ron wasn't smart, but he was perceptive in the way that people who grow up poor are perceptive. He noticed danger, because noticing danger kept you alive. And something about Harry Potter tripped every alarm he had. They hadn't spoken properly since second year. Ron had tried once, during the Quidditch Cup over the summer. He'd said something about how Harry should spend Christmas at the Burrow. Harry had looked at him with those flat green eyes and said, "Why would I do that?" And Ron had not been able to come up with an answer that didn't sound desperate. Now Ron sat in the library and watched the boy he used to think was his best friend sit with Hermione Granger and plan for a tournament that might kill him, and felt something hot and tight in his chest that he couldn't name and didn't want to examine. The first task took place on a Tuesday. The arena had been constructed in a clearing near the Forbidden Forest, a massive stone enclosure ringed with tiered seating that rose high enough for the entire school to watch. The seats were packed. Every student, every teacher, every visiting dignitary from Box Batons and Durmstrang had turned out for the spectacle. The noise was enormous, a wall of sound that hit Harry the moment he stepped out of the champion's tent. Cedric Diggory had gone first. He'd transfigured a rock into a dog to distract his dragon, which had worked until the dragon got bored with the dog and set Cedric's robes on fire. He'd gotten the egg, but he was currently in the medical tent with second-degree burns on his left side. Fleur Delacour had gone second. She'd used some kind of enchanted sleep on her Welsh green, which had been elegant and effective until the dragon sneezed in its sleep and set her skirt on fire. A pattern was emerging. Victor Crumb had gone third. He'd hit his Chinese fireball with a conjunctivitis curse straight to the eyes. The dragon had gone blind and thrashed wildly, crushing half of its own eggs. Crumb had gotten the golden one. The crowd had been impressed. The dragon handlers had been furious. Now it was Harry's turn. The Hungarian horntail. He walked into the arena and the crowd went quiet. Not the awed, anticipatory quiet that had preceded the other champions. This was a nervous quiet. Harry Potter was 14 years old, the youngest champion by 3 years, and he had been entered against his will by unknown means. The general consensus among the student body was that he was going to die, and most of them had come to watch it happen while feeling moderately guilty about the entertainment value. Harry didn't bring his wand out. The Horntail was at the far end of the arena, chained to a rock formation, crouched over a clutch of eggs like a nightmarish hen. It was the largest dragon Harry had ever seen, which wasn't saying much since he'd never seen a dragon before today. But objectively, it was massive. 40 feet from nose to tail, black-scaled, with bronze horns and yellow eyes that tracked Harry the instant he appeared. Its tail was covered in spikes. Each spike was the length of Harry's arm. The dragon's mouth opened. A low growl built in its throat, building in register, and a wave of heat rolled across the arena. Students in the front rows leaned back. Harry walked toward it. Not running, not charging, walking. The same steady, measured pace that Cositus had drilled into him across years of training. Calm footwork, balanced weight distribution. No wasted movement. His arms hung loose at his sides. His breathing was even. The Horntail's growl intensified. Its wings flared, spreading wide enough to cast a shadow over half the arena. The chains pulled taut against the rock as the dragon strained forward, and a jet of fire erupted from its jaws, a torrent of orange and white that scorched the air and turned the stone where it hit into glowing slag. The fire missed Harry by 15 feet. A warning shot. Harry kept walking. Ludo Bagman's voice was booming from the commentary box. And Potter seems to be walking. He's not drawn his wand. He's just walking toward the Horntail. I'm not sure what his strategy is here, folks, but I sincerely hope he has won because that dragon does not look happy. 50 feet from the Horntail. The heat was visible now, waves of it radiating off the dragon's body, making the air shimmer. Harry could feel it pressing against the defensive enchantments in his clothes, warming the fabric against his skin. He reached for something inside himself. Not his wand, not a spell, something deeper. The thing that Shalltear had trained him to access over the past 3 years, the bridge between his wild magic and the skills she had taught him. It wasn't Tear magic. It wasn't the Wizarding World's wand-waving system either. It was something in between, a hybrid that shouldn't have been possible, born from a boy who grew up reading YGG or Sicil spell theory and channeling magic through a holly wand. Dominate beast. It wasn't a spell in the traditional sense. There was no incantation, no wand movement, no visible light. It was an exertion of will, a projection of dominance that operated on the same frequency as the aura abilities he'd learned from watching Ains and Shalltear. A declaration, pushed outward through his magic, through his presence, that said in a language older than words, "I am above you. Submit." The Horntail felt it. The dragon's head snapped toward Harry. Its yellow eyes locked onto his green ones, and for a moment the two of them were frozen, connected by something invisible and ancient. A line of force stretching between predator and something that the predator's instincts could not categorize. Then the Horntail's wings folded. Not slowly, not reluctantly. They folded like someone had flipped a switch. The enormous leathery membranes pulled in tight against the dragon's body, and the growl in its throat died, replaced by a sound that nobody in the stadium had ever heard a Hungarian horntail make before. A whine. Low, quiet, and unmistakably submissive, the horntail lowered its massive head until its chin touched the ground. Its eyes, which had been burning with territorial fury 5 seconds ago, were now half-lidded and docile. The tail, covered in those arm-length spikes, curled around its body like a sleeping cat's. The chains went slack. The stadium was dead silent. Harry walked up to the Hungarian horntail. He raised one hand and placed it on the dragon's snout, between its nostrils, on scales that were hot enough to fry an egg. The dragon didn't move. It didn't breathe fire. It didn't do anything except close its eyes, and a shudder ran through its body that looked, impossibly, like relief. Harry patted it once, twice, like someone petting a dog. Then he walked past the dragon, picked up the golden egg from the nest with one hand, and turned back toward the champion's tent. The crowd didn't cheer, not at first. They were too stunned. Then someone in the Slytherin section started clapping, and it spread, not the explosive roar that had greeted the other champions, but a slow, confused, slightly frightened wave of applause from people who had just watched a 14-year-old boy walk up to the most dangerous dragon in the world and make it lie down like a puppy. Bagman's voice cracked through the commentary box. That was, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Potter has retrieved his egg in what I believe might be the fastest time in Triwizard history, and I have absolutely no idea what just happened. In the judge's box, Dumbledore's hand tightened around his quill until it snapped. Back in the champion's tent, Madame Pomfrey tried to examine Harry. He let her. She ran diagnostic charms over him for 3 straight minutes and found absolutely nothing wrong. No burns, no scratches, no elevated heart rate, no residual magical strain. He was in perfect health. He was in better health than she was. "You're fine," she said, sounding faintly offended, as if his lack of injuries was a personal insult to her profession. "I know," Harry said. Outside the tent, the crowd was still buzzing. Not cheering. Buzzing. The sound of several hundred people trying to process something they didn't have a framework for. Students clustered in groups, talking in urgent whispers, replaying what they'd seen. Some of them were pointing at the arena where the horntail was still lying on the ground, docile, blinking its huge yellow eyes like a cat dozing in sunlight. The dragon handlers were approaching it with visible nervousness, and the dragon was ignoring them completely. Draco found Harry before he'd made it 10 steps from the tent. He was practically vibrating. "That was incredible, Potter. How did you do that? Father is going to lose his mind when he hears about this." "A Hungarian horntail! You didn't even use your wand!" "I didn't need to. Obviously you didn't need to, that's the point." Crumb hit his dragon with a curse. Diggory transfigured a rock. You just walked up and told it to sit down. Do you have any idea how that looked from the stands? I can imagine. It looked like you owned it. Like the dragon was yours. Draco's gray eyes were shining with something that was uncomfortably close to worship. "Everyone is talking about you." Everyone. Harry glanced past Draco's shoulder. Daphne Greengrass was standing 20 feet away, leaning against a wooden support beam with her arms crossed. She wasn't talking to anyone. She wasn't buzzing with excitement or whispering with her friends. She was watching Harry with those cool blue eyes, and when his gaze met hers, she didn't look away. She didn't smile either. She just tilted her head a fraction to the left, a movement so small it could have been imagined, and then she turned and walked away. "Potter, are you listening?" "Always," Harry said, turning back to Draco. "Tell me what the other houses are saying." That night, in the Slytherin common room, Harry sat alone by the window and wrote his report to Shalltear, not through the crystal. She had requested a written assessment this time, detailed and tactical, to be sent via Demiurge's courier rote. He wrote it in the archaic script that Titus had taught him, the one that nobody at Hogwarts could read, detailing the arena's defensive setup, the crowd's reaction patterns, the judge's scoring methodology, and his assessment of the other champions' capabilities. Under the section marked Personnel of Interest, he wrote 2 words: Daphne Greengrass. He stared at those words for a long moment. Then he folded the report, sealed it, and sent it on its way. The second task was in February, the Black Lake. 1 hour to retrieve something precious that had been taken and hidden at the bottom. Harry knew what had been taken before they told him. He'd felt the communication crystal pulse at 3 in the morning, a frantic burst from Shalltear that came in the form of a single, furious word. "Ooh, it's Hermione," Harry had told her. "They've taken Hermione Granger. It's part of the task. They took your property as a hostage, a rinsu, essentially." A pause on Shalltear's end that was so cold Harry could almost feel the temperature drop through the crystal. "When you retrieve her, I want you to make a point." "What kind of point?" "The kind that ensures they never take anything of yours again." The morning of the task, the school assembled at the lake. The water was black and opaque and freezing, and the February wind cut across the surface hard enough to raise whitecaps. The champions stood at the shore in their swimwear. Cedric had practiced with the bubble head charm. Fleur had some kind of Boxbatten's water-breathing technique. Crumb had partially transfigured himself into a shark, which was both impressive and disturbing. Harry wore his standard clothes. No swimsuit, no bubble head charm, no gills. The cannon fired. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb dove into the water. Harry stepped off the dock and fell. He didn't splash. He didn't sink. He stopped falling about 6 inches above the surface of the lake and hung there, motionless, suspended by a fly effect that he'd learned from Shalltear's movement repertoire. It worked differently from broomstick flight or levitation charms. It was tier magic adjacent, channeled through his wild magic, and it allowed him to move through any medium, including water, without being affected by its physical properties. Harry descended into the lake like a stone dropping through air. Underwater, the world was dark and cold and full of things that moved. Grindylows clustered in the weeds, green-skinned and gap-toothed, their long fingers grasping at anything that passed. The giant squid drifted somewhere in the middle distance, a shadow the size of a building. Deeper still, the merpeople lived in a village of rough stone that sat on the lapid like a collection of drowned houses. Harry moved through the water without swimming. The fly effect propelled him in a straight line toward the magical signature he could feel pulling at him from the bottom of the lake. Life essence. The skill Shalltear had drilled into him painted the world in thermal outlines. He could see the merpeople as clusters of warm blue light. The Grindylows were green specks, and at the center of the village 4 bright signatures hung suspended in the water, tied to a statue, unconscious. A pack of Grindylows rose from the weeds to intercept him. 20 of them, maybe 30, moving in a coordinated swarm with their clawed hands outstretched and their teeth bared. Harry didn't slow down. He raised his wand and said one word. Sagitta, magic arrow. The simplest attack spell in the YGGD-Rasil system adapted through his wand, a bolt of concentrated arcane energy, invisible to the naked eye, that hit the lead Grindylow in the center of its chest and went through it like a needle through wet paper. The creature jerked once and went limp, trailing dark fluid from the hole in its torso. The swarm hesitated. Harry cast again, and again, and again. Not maximize magic. Not even close to his full capacity. Just the basic spell fired with mechanical precision, each bolt hitting a different target. He moved through the swarm like a knife through water, and the Grindylows died around him in 1s and 2s and 3s. Their bodies drifting apart in the current, and the water turned cloudy with the dark stuff that came out of them. It took less than 30 seconds. Harry reached the village. The 4 hostages hung from the statue, enchanted asleep, their hair floating above their heads. Hermione was on the far left, her bushy hair spread around her like a brown cloud. Beside her were Cho Chang, a young girl who was obviously Fleur's sister, and Ron Weasley. Harry looked at Ron. Ron floated in the water, unconscious, his red hair drifting, his freckled face slack and peaceful. He was someone's precious thing. Still, after everything, Harry turned away. He cut Hermione's bonds with a slicing charm, caught her under the arms, and ascended. Fast, straight up. Fly pushing them both through the water like a torpedo. Breaking the surface in a vertical eruption, that sent a geyser of lake water 20 feet into the air. He landed on the dock. Hermione was already stirring, coughing, blinking water out of her eyes. Harry set her down on her feet and steadied her until her balance returned. What happened? Hermione gasped. She was shivering violently. Harry pulled off his outer jacket and draped it over her shoulders without being asked. You were the hostage. I retrieved you. How long was I down there? Roughly an hour. I recovered you in 11 minutes. Hermione stared at him. Water ran down her face and dripped from her hair. 11 minutes. The scoreboard confirmed it. Harry Potter 11 minutes, 14 seconds. The next fastest champion, Crumb, surfaced 20 minutes later. Cedric came after that. Fleer didn't make it to the hostages at all and had to be pulled out by the merpeople. Madame Pomfrey wrapped Hermione in blankets and started fussing. Hermione let her, but she kept looking back at Harry, who stood on the dock alone, wet but composed, watching the surface of the lake. The water was still cloudy where the Grindylows had died. Nobody was talking about Harry's time. They were talking about the things floating in the lake. Bagman didn't mention the Grindylows in his commentary. The judges didn't bring them up in the scoring. But afterwards, Bartemius Crouch Sar had a quiet conversation with Dumbledore that lasted 45 minutes and ended with both men looking like they'd aged a year. Hermione found Harry in the library that evening. She still had lake water in her hair. Her eyes were red from something that might have been the cold water or might have been something else entirely. You killed them, she said. Not accusatory, not angry, just a statement flat and factual, the way Hermione processed things that disturbed her. She catalogued them first, then felt them later. The Grindylows. You killed them. They were between me and the objective. The objective. She sat down heavily in the chair across from him. I was the objective. Yes. And the Grindylows were living creatures that you killed without hesitation to retrieve me faster. Yes. How many? Harry didn't answer immediately. He was reading, or pretending to read. His eyes weren't moving across the page. 23, he said. Hermione pressed her lips together. She looked at the table. She looked at her hands. She looked at Harry. Thank you, she said, for coming to get me. You're welcome. I don't know how I feel about the rest of it. You don't have to. She nodded once, sharply, the way she nodded when she decided to table a problem for later analysis. Then she pulled out a book and started reading, and neither of them mentioned it again. The third task was in June. The maze. Harry stood at the entrance with the other champions, his wand in his hand, and looked at the massive hedge walls that rose 20 feet above their heads. Inside, magical creatures roamed. Enchantments shifted, and the Triwizard Cup sat at the center waiting for the first champion to touch it. The cannon fired. Harry entered the maze. The hedges closed behind him immediately. The noise from the stadium vanished, replaced by a thick, muffled silence that pressed against his ears. The air inside the maze was warm and humid, and the hedges rustled in a way that had nothing to do with wind. Harry moved. Not fast, not slow. The pace of someone who was being efficient rather than dramatic. His wand was out but held low, pointed at the ground, conserving energy. His life essence was active, painting the maze in thermal outlines. He could see the heat signatures of creatures moving through the passages around him. Large things and small things, and one thing near the center that pulsed with a magical signature so bright it almost hurt to look at. The cup. A blast-ended scroot came around the corner. It was 10 feet long, armored, with a stinger on one end and a blast furnace on the other. It saw Harry and charged, its legs churning, its blast end igniting with a roar of flame. Harry sidestepped. 1 step left, weight transferred, foot planted. The scroot blew past him like a runaway train, its stinger slicing the air where his chest had been a half-second earlier. Before it could turn, Harry put his palm flat against the hedge wall, channeled raw force through his hand. and the entire section of hedge exploded inward, opening a shortcut to the next corridor. He stepped through without looking back at the scrute. A sphinx sat in the next corridor, golden-furred, human-faced, watching him with ancient, knowing eyes. She opened her mouth. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend. The middle of middle and the end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this: which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Harry answered without breaking stride. Spider. The Sphinx blinked. She had expected him to stop, to think, to agonize over each line the way students always did, working through the puzzle piece by piece. Harry had read Titus's riddle collection at age 6. He had solved harder puzzles over breakfast. That is correct, the Sphinx said, and moved aside with a grace that couldn't quite hide her surprise. Harry kept moving. The maze shifted around him, hedges grinding and rearranging, paths opening and closing. He let his life essence guide him, threading through the labyrinth by tracking the cup's magical signature rather than following the physical paths. When a wall blocked his route, he blasted through it. When a path curved away from the target, he ignored it and cut straight. He found the cup in the center of the maze, sitting on a pedestal, glowing blue and gold. It was beautiful in the way that traps are often beautiful, too perfect, too inviting, practically begging to be touched. Cedric Diggory stumbled into the clearing from the opposite side, bleeding from a cut on his arm, his robes torn. He saw the cup. He saw Harry. They looked at each other. Together, Cedric panted. He was a good person. Harry could see it in his face, the honest, uncomplicated decency that Hufflepuff was supposedly famous for. Cedric meant it. He genuinely wanted to share the victory. Harry considered it for about 2 seconds. Together, he said. They each put a hand on the cup. The world lurched. A hook grabbed Harry behind the navel and yanked. Colors blurred, the maze vanished, and he hit the ground hard on both feet in a place that was very much not Hogwarts. A graveyard. Headstones jutted from overgrown grass in crooked rows. A yew tree stood at one end, massive and dark. The air smelled like wet earth and decay. A church steeple was visible in the distance, silhouetted against the last light of the evening. Harry's entire body went cold. Not from temperature, from recognition. This was a trap. The cup was a portkey. Someone had rigged it to bring whoever touched it here, to this specific place, at this specific time. His hand went to his pocket. The communication crystal was still there. One pulse and Shalltear would be here in under a minute. Cedric was already on his feet, wand out, looking around with wide eyes. Where are we? Is this part of the tournament? No, Harry said. This is not part of the tournament. A door opened in a building at the edge of the graveyard. A figure emerged, short and hunched, carrying something in its arms. The something was wrapped in cloth and emitted a sound that was halfway between breathing and hissing, wet and rattling and profoundly wrong. Kill the spare, said a voice. High, thin, barely human, a wand flashed, green light. The killing curse moved faster than thought, faster than reflex. A bolt of emerald that crossed the distance between the figure and Cedric in the time it took to blink. Harry's hand moved. He didn't think about it. There was no time for thought. His body reacted the way Cocytus had trained it to react: instinct first, analysis after. His left hand seized the back of Cedric's robes and pulled. Hard. The motion spun Cedric sideways, and Harry threw himself the opposite direction. And the killing curse split the air between them, close enough that Harry felt the static charge prickle across his cheek, and hit a headstone behind them. The stone exploded. Cedric hit the ground. Harry hit the ground. Both of them rolled and came up on their feet. Run, Harry told Cedric. His voice was flat and calm in a way that was completely at odds with the situation. Get to the cup. It's a portkey. It'll take you back. I'm not leaving you here. Cedric. Run. Now, something in Harry's voice must have gotten through, because Cedric ran. He sprinted for the cup, grabbed it with both hands, and vanished with a pop of displaced air. Good. Harry turned to face the graveyard. The short, hunched figure was Peter Pettigrew. Harry knew this from Demiurge's files. A traitor. A rat, literally and figuratively. The thing in his arms was something else. Something that used to be human and was now something significantly less, a shriveled, infant-sized monstrosity that radiated malice the way a furnace radiated heat. The boy, the thing rasped. Bring me the boy. Pettigrew raised his wand. Stupfi. Harry batted the spell aside with a flick of his own wand. The red bolt deflected into a headstone and fizzled. Pettigrew blinked. He cast again, faster this time, 2 spells in quick succession, a body bind and a disarming charm. Harry stepped left, letting the body bind pass his shoulder, and knocked the disarming charm into the dirt with a backhand motion that looked almost lazy. Stop, Harry said. Pettigrew didn't stop. He was panicking now, casting wildly, spells flying from his wand in a desperate barrage. Binding hexes, knockback jinxes, a leg locker curse. Something that looked like it might have been a cutting spell, if Pettigrew's aim had been even remotely competent. Harry dodged or deflected each one without moving more than 2 steps in any direction. His footwork was precise. His breathing hadn't changed. He wasn't even sweating. In Nazarick, sparring with Cocytus, the ice shards had come at him faster than this. Enough, Harry said, and raised his wand. A single bolt of force hit Pettigrew in the chest and launched him backward. The man flew 10 feet through the air, hit a headstone back first, and crumpled. The bundle in his arms fell to the ground and let out a screech that was high enough to hurt, a sound of pure, concentrated rage. Harry walked toward it. The thing on the ground was squirming, trying to right itself, its tiny arms flailing. Up close, it was worse than it had looked from a distance. Red eyes bulged from a skull that was too large for its body. The skin was raw and translucent, showing dark veins underneath. It smelled like rot and something chemical, like formaldehyde mixed with sulfur. Harry looked down at it. Tom Marvolo riddle, he said. The red eyes fixed on him. There was intelligence in them, burning and malevolent, and a hatred so concentrated it was almost physical. Potter, the thing spat. Its voice was a wet rasp. You dare. You're a homunculus, Harry said, studying it with clinical detachment. A temporary vessel for a damaged soul. Crude construction. No data crystal augmentation, no stabilization ritual worth mentioning. Your physical form is degrading at an accelerated rate. You've been sustaining it with... what? Unicorn blood, snake venom. He crouched down, and his green eyes were inches from Voldemort's red ones. This is the feared Dark Lord. This is what the entire wizarding world is afraid of. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I have conquered death itself. You haven't conquered anything. Harry's voice was quiet and utterly cold. You've made horcruxes. 6 of them, if our intelligence is accurate. Crude soul anchors with no redundancy architecture and no defensive protocols. Any competent necromancer from where I come from would fail their certification exam if they submitted work this sloppy. Voldemort went still. The rage in his eyes flickered, replaced for one instant by something else. Surprise. And underneath the surprise, for the first time in decades, fear. How do you know about my horcruxes? The rasp had dropped to a whisper. I know everything about you, Tom. Your real name, your mother's love potion, your father's grave, which is right over there, by the way. I know about the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the fragment in my own skull. Harry tapped his scar. You left a piece of yourself inside me the night you killed my parents. Did you know that? Probably not. You've never struck me as the detail-oriented type. Behind Harry, Pettigrew was stirring. Getting to his feet, reaching for his wand with trembling hands. Harry didn't turn around. He didn't need to. Sagitta. A bolt of force shot backward over his shoulder without Harry moving his body. It hit Pettigrew's wand hand, and Pettigrew screamed. The wand clattered to the ground. Pettigrew clutched his hand to his chest, fingers already swelling. Harry stood up and looked down at Voldemort. "I was going to let you complete your ritual," he said. "I was curious to see what form you'd take. But I've decided it's not worth my time. You're a fragment pretending to be a whole. A shadow cast by a dead man's ambition. Lord Ains Ul Gaun commands more power in a single finger bone than you have accumulated in your entire existence. You insolent. This is what's going to happen, Tom." Harry crouched down again. "You're going to try again. You're going to find another way to get your body back. Another servant, another ritual, another scheme. And when you do, when you stand up on 2 legs and hold a wand in your hand and believe you are the most dangerous thing in the world, I will be there. And I will show you exactly how wrong you are." He stood up, turned his back on Voldemort, and walked to the portkey cup. Behind him, Voldemort screamed. It was a sound of fury so absolute it was almost formless, a raw, animal shriek that split the air and sent birds scattering from the yew tree. Pettigrew scrambled across the grass, scooped up the howling Dark Lord, and disappeared with a crack of apparition. Harry touched the cup, the graveyard vanished. The maze reappeared. Harry was standing in front of the hedge entrance, bathed in stadium lights, with the Triwizard Cup in one hand, and not a scratch on him. The crowd erupted. Harry walked through the noise without reacting to it. The cheering was deafening, thousands of voices. The Slytherin section louder than all the others combined, but Harry moved through it, the way he moved through everything steadily, calmly, with his eyes forward and his expression blank. Dumbledore was on his feet. McGonagall had her hand over her mouth. Snape, at the far end of the staff table, had gone so pale that his skin matched the ghosts drifting along the ceiling. Harry walked to the medical tent. Cedric was already there, wrapped in blankets, wide-eyed and shaking. He saw Harry, and his face went through about 6 emotions in 2 seconds. There was a man and a curse, and you. Cedric couldn't finish. He was hyperventilating. Madame Pomfrey was trying to get him to drink something. Harry crouched in front of him. "You're safe. You're back at Hogwarts. You pulled me out of the way. The green light. You pulled me sideways. I would have died." Cedric's voice cracked on the last word. "You saved my life. I had better reflexes." "That's all." "That's not all, and you know it." Cedric looked at him with eyes that were too young and too scared for someone who was supposed to be the golden boy of Hufflepuff. What was that place? Who was that man? What was the thing he was carrying? "I'll tell Dumbledore. He'll handle it. Drink what Pomfrey gives you. Get some sleep. Don't think about it tonight." Harry straightened up. "You offered to share the cup with me, Cedric. You didn't have to do that. Remember that, when you're lying in bed later thinking about the graveyard. You're a decent person. Hold on to that." Harry left the tent. Cedric stared after him. 3 hours later, the castle was asleep. The celebrations in Slytherin had gone on until midnight, fueled by butterbeer and house pride and the reflected glory of having Harry Potter as one of their own. Draco had been insufferable. Crabbe and Goyle had eaten themselves into a stupor. Blaise Zabini had raised his goblet exactly once, said, "Well done," and gone to bed, which was the most effusive praise anyone had ever heard from him. Harry sat in the common room alone. The fire had burned down to embers. Green light from the lake rippled across the ceiling. He pressed the communication crystal. The connection opened instantly. "Report, Arinsu." Harry told her everything. The maze, the portkey, the graveyard, Pettigrew, Voldemort. He told her about the killing curse that had nearly hit Cedric, about the thing wrapped in cloth, about the red eyes and the wet voice and the 6 horcruxes. Shalltear listened in silence. When he was done, the silence continued for another 10 seconds. Then Shalltear spoke, and her voice was the voice of the floor, guardian of the first to third floors. The true vampire, the monster in the ball gown. It was not the voice of a mother. It was the voice of something that had just been given a target. He tried to kill Cedric. I was the objective, not the target. He placed you in danger. He used a trap. He sent a servant to subdue you, and that servant cast a killing curse in your presence. Each sentence was colder than the last. This, Voldemort. This broken thing in a cloth. He dared. Mother, I am going to kill him, Harry. Not yet. The silence was different this time, strained, like a wire being pulled taut. Not yet, Shalltear repeated. The words came out like she was chewing glass. Lord Ains wants the horcruxes. All of them. If you kill Voldemort now, his soul fragments are still anchored. He'll find a way back. We need to collect them first, every single one, and then we end him permanently. A long pause. You sound like Demiurge. Irinsu. I'll take that as a compliment. I was not intended as one, but there was a shift in her tone. The killing edge softened, just slightly. Are you hurt? Nope. Are you frightened? Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the dying fire, at the green light playing across the stones, at his own hands resting on his knees. His hands were steady. They had been steady in the graveyard, too, when the killing curse flew past his face. When he looked into Voldemort's red eyes from inches away. No, he said. I'm not frightened. Good. Shalltear's voice warmed. Not by much. But enough. Sleep now. Tomorrow we begin planning. Yes, Mother. And Harry, yes. You saved the other boy. The one the curse was aimed at. I did. Why? Harry thought about Cedric Diggory, about his honest face and his offered handshake and his stupid, decent insistence on sharing the victory. About the way he'd said, together, like it was the most natural thing in the world. He didn't deserve to die for someone else's trap, Harry said. Shalltear was quiet again. When she spoke, her voice had something in it that Harry couldn't quite identify. Not disappointment. Not pride. Something in between, something complicated, like she was seeing a part of him that she hadn't built and wasn't sure what to do with. Go to sleep, my little one, she said softly. We have a war to prepare for. The crystal went dark. Harry sat alone in the green light. Tomorrow he would begin hunting horcruxes. Tomorrow, the long game would start. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would wake up to the reality that Voldemort had returned. And the only person who had faced him and walked away untouched was a 14-year-old boy who slept on his back like a corpse and called a vampire his mother. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Harry sat by the fire and thought about Cedric Diggory saying, together, and didn't know why it bothered him so much that he'd said yes. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office on the third day after the True Wizard tournament ended. The gargoyle moved without a password. That was the first thing Harry noticed. McGonagall had escorted him from the Slytherin common room with a pinched expression and a silence that felt deliberate. And when they reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, it simply stepped aside. No candy name. No verbal prompt. It moved because Dumbledore wanted it to move, which meant Dumbledore had been watching for Harry's approach, which meant this meeting had been planned down to the second. Harry filed that away. Control of environment. Classic opening move. The spiral staircase carried him upward. McGonagall did not follow. Dumbledore's office was round and cluttered and designed to look more disorganized than it actually was. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindly tables. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to sleep. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch near the window, his plumage a deep, molten gold, and when Harry entered the room, the bird turned its head and fixed him with an eye that was far too intelligent for an animal. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. His hands were folded. His blue eyes were steady behind their half-moon spectacles, and they were not twinkling. "Harry," he said. "Please sit down." Harry sat. The chair was comfortable. That was also deliberate. Make the subject comfortable. Lower their guard. Shalltear did the same thing with her interrogation subjects, though her version involved silk cushions and significantly more blood. Lemon drop. Dumbledore gestured to a bowl on his desk. No, thank you. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at Harry the way he'd been looking at Harry since the sorting, with that careful, measuring gaze that pretended to be grandfatherly warmth, but was actually the sharpest analytical mind in the wizarding world, running calculations at full speed. I want to talk to you about what happened in the graveyard, Dumbledore said. All right. Or Mr. Diggory's account was detailed and deeply distressing. He described being transported to a location he later identified as a graveyard in Little Hangleton. He described an attack by a man matching the description of Peter Pettigrew, who is officially deceased. He described a killing curse aimed directly at him, which you deflected by physically pulling him out of its path. Dumbledore paused. He also described you staying behind, alone, with whatever was in that graveyard. That's accurate. And yet you returned without a single injury, without any sign of distress, without, if I may be frank, any apparent emotional response whatsoever. I handled the situation. That is what concerns me, Harry. The room was quiet. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. One of the portraits on the wall, a thin-faced wizard with a silver beard, opened one eye a crack and then closed it again. Dumbledore leaned forward. I have spent the past 3 days speaking with the Sorting Hat, with Professor Snape, with members of the Ministry, and with several individuals whose expertise in matters of magical threat assessment I trust implicitly. The picture that is forming is one that I find deeply troubling. Harry said nothing. He waited. When you arrived at Hogwarts 4 years ago, I knew something was different about you. The Sorting Hat's reaction was unprecedented. Your magical abilities were far beyond what any first-year student should possess. Your knowledge of obscure magical theory, your physical conditioning, your complete lack of the typical emotional responses one would expect from an 11-year-old child. These were flags. Harry, I noted them. I chose to observe rather than intervene because I believed, perhaps naively, that Hogwarts itself would provide the environment you needed. And now I have a student who walked into a graveyard containing the remnants of Lord Voldemort and treated it like a minor inconvenience. Dumbledore's voice was still calm, still measured, but there was something underneath it, an edge. I have a student who has demonstrated abilities that do not correspond to any magical system taught at this school or documented in any text available to the wizarding world. I have a student whose background for the first 10 years of his life is a complete blank, and who, according to the Sorting Hat, was raised by entities that the Hat itself could not classify or comprehend. The Hat talks too much, Harry said. The Hat did its job, Harry, as I am now doing mine. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very bright. Where were you raised? You already know I wasn't with the Dursleys. I know you weren't. I want to hear it from you. Harry looked at Dumbledore. He looked at him the way Ains had taught him to look at people who held power, with respect for the position and the clear assessment of the person occupying it. Dumbledore was dangerous. More dangerous than anyone at this school. More dangerous than most people in this world. He was also, in his own way, honest. He was not asking out of cruelty. He was asking because he genuinely believed that the answer mattered. I was raised by people who care about me, Harry said. That's all you need to know. I'm afraid that's not all I need to know. Not anymore. Not after the graveyard. What are you afraid of? Professor. The question hung in the air. Dumbledore looked at Harry, and for just a moment the mask slipped. Not the grandfatherly mask, not the twinkle, the deeper mask. The one that hid the man who had watched his sister die and his best friend become a monster and had spent the rest of his life trying to make sure it never happened again. I am afraid. Dumbledore said slowly that you have been shaped by forces that do not have the wizarding world's best interests at heart. I am afraid that whoever raised you has given you extraordinary power without giving you the moral framework to use it responsibly. And I am afraid that when the time comes to choose between the people who raised you and the people who need you, you will choose wrong. You're assuming there's a right choice. There is always a right choice, Harry. It is not always the easy one. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about Nazarick. He thought about Ains, who ruled through power and pragmatism. He thought about Shalltear, who loved him with a ferocity that would burn the world down if the world threatened him. He thought about Dumbledore, who loved the world with a conviction that would sacrifice any individual to preserve it. You left me on a doorstep, Harry said. Dumbledore went still. November 1st, 1981, you carried me to number 4 Privet Drive and left me on the front porch in the cold with a letter and a blanket. I was 15 months old. You did this because you believed blood wards would protect me, and because you calculated that the strategic value of that protection outweighed the risk of leaving an infant on a stranger's doorstep in the middle of the night. Harry's voice was even. Not angry, not accusing, just factual. You made a choice. You chose the greater good over the individual child. That's fine, I understand the logic. But you don't get to lecture me about moral frameworks when your framework left a baby in the cold because the math worked out. Fawkes sang a single, low note. It filled the room like warm water. Dumbledore said nothing for a long time. His hands were still folded. His eyes were still bright. But something behind them had shifted, a recalculation. A recognition that the person sitting across from him was not a child he could guide, but an adversary he needed to negotiate with. You are right, Dumbledore said. I made that choice. I have lived with it every day since, and I would make it again. Because the alternative was your death. I know. Then you understand that I will do whatever is necessary to protect this school and its students. Even from you. I understand that you'll try. The words sat between them like a drawn blade. Neither of them moved. The silver instruments whirred. The portraits pretended harder to be asleep. You may go, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry stood. He walked to the door. His hand was on the handle when Dumbledore spoke again. Whoever they are, Harry, wherever they come from, they have given you power. But power without love is just cruelty with a longer reach. Harry opened the door. He paused. You assume they don't love me, he said, without turning around. That's your mistake. He left. The door closed behind him. The spiral staircase carried him down. In his office, Dumbledore sat alone with the Phoenix and the portraits and the dying light, and thought about a baby on a doorstep and the choices that ripple outward forever. He picked up the broken quill from the True Wizard arena. He'd kept it, a reminder. The quill snapped when the dragon lay down. When a 14-year-old boy did something that should have been impossible, and did it without breaking a sweat. Dumbledore had seen a lot of impossible things in his 113 years. He had never been frightened by one before. He was frightened now. Phineas, he said quietly. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black opened both eyes with the reluctant irritation of a man being woken from a nap he felt he deserved. What? In your time as headmaster, did you ever encounter a student you couldn't reach? I didn't try to reach any of them. Insufferable brats. The lot. Indulge me. Phineas was quiet for a moment. Then, grudgingly, there was a boy in my 3rd year. Slytherin, obviously, brilliant mind. Cold as a February morning. He had this way of looking at you that made you feel like furniture. Useful, but only as long as you served a function. Phineas paused. He became the youngest head of the DMLE in ministry history, restructured the entire Aura department, and died alone in an empty house at 92 because he'd optimized every relationship in his life down to utility and forgot that humans aren't tools. And your advice? Don't waste your time trying to save someone who doesn't believe they need saving. You'll break yourself against them like water on stone, and they won't even notice the erosion. Dumbledore looked at the broken quill in his hand. That is considerably more pessimistic than I was hoping for. You asked a Slytherin, Albus. What were you expecting? A hug. Ron Weasley had been watching Harry for weeks. Not that Ron was the only one watching. The entire school was watching, in its own way. The Daily Prophet ran the graveyard story 3 days after the tournament, because someone at the ministry leaked Cedric Diggory's testimony to a reporter named Rita Skeeter, who published it with the kind of breathless sensationalism that sold papers and ruined lives in roughly equal measure. The headline read, Boiwa kofro matastenoti nabi namaderdakra ratiurs, and the article was 4,000 words of speculation, unnamed sources, and precisely 2 actual facts. The school divided. Not neatly, not along house lines, but in the messy, organic way that large groups of frightened people always divide into those who believed the threat was real and those who refused to. The believers clustered in corners of the common rooms, talking in low voices, jumping at loud noises. The deniers were louder, more aggressive, insisting that Cedric had been confounded or that the whole thing was a publicity stunt orchestrated by Dumbledore to consolidate political power. Harry existed outside both groups. He didn't confirm the story. He didn't deny it. When people asked him what had happened in the graveyard, he looked at them with those flat green eyes and said, "I handled it." And the conversation ended. Because something in the way he said it made people not want to ask the follow-up question. The Slytherins were the most interesting. The children of Death Eaters, the ones who had grown up hearing whispered stories about the Dark Lord's eventual return, looked at Harry with a new expression, not respect exactly, wariness. The kind of careful attention that prey animals give to something that has just demonstrated it can kill, the thing they were already afraid of. Draco Malfoy had gotten very quiet since the tournament. He still sat next to Harry at meals, still laughed at the right times, still played the role of loyal companion. But his laughter came half a second too late, and his eyes tracked Harry's hands whenever Harry reached for his wand. Theodore not stopped speaking to Harry entirely. He gave no explanation. He just stopped, the way a person stops putting their hand near a stove after getting burned. Blaise Zabini continued being Blaise Zabini, which meant he said nothing, observed everything, and maintained an expression of detached amusement that revealed precisely zero about his actual thoughts. And through all of it, Harry sat in the Slytherin common room and read his books and wrote his reports and waited. Ron noticed all of this, not because he was particularly observant, but because watching Harry Potter had become the central organizing principle of his life, the way some people organized their days around meals or classes or Quidditch practice. Ron organized his around surveillance, not openly. Ron wasn't stupid, whatever people thought. He was impulsive, sure. He said things he shouldn't, ate too fast, forgot his homework, and had the emotional regulation of a wet firework. But he wasn't stupid, and he knew enough about Harry Potter to know that watching him openly would be noticed instantly. So Ron watched from corners, from behind bookshelves, from across the great hall during meals, tracking Harry's movements, noting who he talked to, when he left the common room, where he went. He watched with the dogged, stubborn focus of a boy who knew something was wrong and couldn't get anyone to believe him. Because something was wrong with Harry Potter. Ron had known it since first year. He'd known it the way you know a storm is coming before you see the clouds, a tightness in the air, a wrongness in the pressure. Harry Potter was not what people thought he was. He was not the boy who lived, not the hero, not the scared orphan who needed protecting. He was something else entirely, and nobody seemed to see it except Ron. Hermione saw it. Ron knew she did. But Hermione had made her choice. She'd chosen to be useful to Harry instead of afraid of him, and Ron couldn't decide if that was brave or cowardly or just pragmatic in a way that made his stomach hurt. Dumbledore saw it too. Ron was sure of that. The headmaster's eyes followed Harry the same way Ron's did, with that careful, measuring attention that said, "I know what you are, but I don't know what to do about it yet." The problem was evidence. Ron didn't have any. He had instinct. He had 3 years of observations that added up to a feeling in his gut that screamed danger. He had the memory of Harry's flat green eyes saying, "Why would I do that?" when Ron invited him to the burrow, and the way the air had gone cold for just a second, and the complete absence of anything human behind those eyes for the duration of that sentence. But feelings weren't evidence. Feelings were what got people laughed at, especially feelings from a Weasley. The youngest son of the poorest old family, the boy who had been Harry Potter's friend for 3 months, and then hadn't been. So Ron found evidence. It happened on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks after the tournament. Ron was on his way back from the kitchens, where the house elves had given him a plate of sandwiches and a sympathetic look that he pretended didn't bother him. He was cutting through a second-floor corridor that most students avoided because the torch brackets were broken and the shadows ran long and dark. He heard Harry's voice, not his speaking voice, something different, quieter, more clipped, with a cadence that Ron had never heard him use with anyone at Hogwarts. Ron pressed himself against the wall and inched closer to the corner. Harry was standing alone in the corridor. No one else was visible. He was holding something in his left hand, a small, smooth stone, and he was talking into it like it was a telephone. His words were low but clear enough for Ron to catch fragments. Confirmed 6 anchors. The diary was destroyed in 2nd year. 5 remain. Demiurge recommends a staged collection. The old man is suspicious. He confronted me directly. His capabilities are significant, but his framework is predictable. He operates on sentiment. Yes, Mother. I understand. I will await further instructions. Mother. Ron's blood went cold. Not from the word itself, from the way Harry said it. With a reverence, a deference, a depth of feeling that Harry Potter had never once directed at any person Ron had seen him interact with in 4 years. Harry Potter, who treated everyone around him with the same calm, detached politeness, who never raised his voice, never lost his temper, never showed anything resembling genuine emotion, said Mother, the way other people said, God. Ron's hands were shaking. The plate of sandwiches rattled. He pressed it against his chest to muffle the sound and backed away, step by careful step, until he reached the staircase and bolted. He didn't sleep that night. He lay in his Gryffindor 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy, running the fragments through his head over and over. Demiurge. Anchors. Stage collection. The old man which could only be Dumbledore. Mother. Who was Demiurge? What were the anchors? Who was Harry's mother, and why was he reporting to her like a soldier reporting to a commanding officer? Ron went to Dumbledore the next morning. He told the headmaster everything he'd heard. Dumbledore listened, nodded, thanked him, and said he would look into it. His expression was calm and reassuring and told Ron absolutely nothing about what the old man was actually thinking. A week passed. Nothing happened. Ron went back to Dumbledore. Dumbledore thanked him again and said these things took time. Another week. Nothing. Ron decided to handle it himself. He spent 3 nights planning. He borrowed a copy of Hogwarts, a history from the library, and mapped out every corridor, every shortcut, every secret passage between the Slytherin common room and the places Harry frequented. He talked to the house elves, who were always willing to share information with anyone who was polite to them, and learned that Harry Potter never visited the kitchens, never wandered after curfew for casual reasons, and always, without exception, returned to his dormitory by 11. The elves said this with a nervous respect that told Ron more than the words themselves did. Even the house elves were careful around Harry Potter. He talked to nearly headless Nick, who told him the Slytherin password had been changed on Tuesday. He talked to the Bloody Baron, who told him nothing because the Bloody Baron did not talk to Gryffindors, but who looked at Ron with an expression that, on a ghost who had been terrifying students for 1,000 years, could only be described as sympathy. Ron got the password from a house elf named Dobby, who had been freed from the Malfoy family 2 years ago and harbored a fierce, almost manic loyalty to anyone who opposed dark wizards. Dobby didn't ask why Ron wanted into Slytherin. He just gave the password, squeezed Ron's hand with fingers that were stronger than they looked, and said, "Be careful, Wheezy. Harry Potter, sir, is a good wizard." But Dobby is not always sure what kind of good. He found Harry in the Slytherin common room. Getting into Slytherin's common room was easier than people thought if you had the right friends in the right places, and Ron, for all his social difficulties, still had contacts among the Hogwarts staff. A friendly ghost, a house elf who remembered his kindness, a painting that owed him a favor from second year. He pieced together the password from 3 different sources and walked through the stone wall at 10 in the evening on a Friday, when most of the older Slytherins were at an unofficial Hogsmeade party, and the common room was nearly empty. Nearly. Harry was sitting in an armchair by the lake window reading. The green light from the water played across his face. He didn't look up when Ron entered. "You're in the wrong common room, Weasley." Ron's wand was already in his hand. His grip was too tight. His knuckles were white and his arm was shaking, just slightly, a tremor that started in his elbow and ran all the way to his fingertips. "I know what you are," Ron said. Harry turned a page. "Do you? I heard you. In the corridor, talking to someone on that stone thing. Reporting to someone you called Mother. Talking about anchors and collections and someone named Demiurge." Ron's voice was getting louder. He couldn't help it. The words were pushing out of him like steam from a kettle, pressurized by weeks of paranoia and sleepless nights and a conviction so deep it had become physical. "You're not who they think you are. You're not the boy who lived. You're a spy or a dark wizard or something even worse, and I'm going to prove it." Harry closed his book. He set it on the arm of the chair. He looked at Ron. Ron had been looked at by Harry before. He knew what it felt like. Cold, flat, empty. Like being assessed by something that was calculating your value and finding the number very small. He'd prepared himself for that look. He'd braced against it, told himself he wouldn't flinch, wouldn't back down. He was not prepared for what actually happened. Harry smiled. It was a small smile, thin and precise, and it did not reach his eyes. It was the smile of someone who had just had a suspicion confirmed and found the confirmation mildly entertaining. "How long have you been following me, Ron?" The use of his first name threw him. Harry hadn't called him Ron in 2 years. "Long enough. 3 weeks. You started surveillance the Tuesday after the tournament. You use the second-floor corridor because the broken torches provide natural cover. You prefer the alcove near the suit of armor because it has a clear sightline in both directions. You've been stealing food from the kitchens on your way back to Gryffindor, which is how I've been tracking your schedule." Ron's face went white. "I've known since the first night," Harry said. "You're not subtle, Ron. You never have been. It's actually one of the things I used to find endearing about you. You knew. I know everything that happens in this school. Not because I'm brilliant, though I am. Because I have better intelligence than you can imagine. I knew you went to Dumbledore. I knew Dumbledore filed your report and chose not to act on it, which should tell you something about how much the headmaster trusts your judgment on this particular matter." Ron's wand arm was shaking harder now. "That doesn't mean you're not dangerous." "Oh, I'm absolutely dangerous. That was never in question. The question is what you're going to do about it. I'm going to stop you. With what? Ron. Harry's voice was quiet and patient and completely without cruelty, which was somehow worse than cruelty would have been. You're a competent wizard with decent instincts and no resources. You have no evidence beyond a partial overheard conversation. Your credibility with the staff is minimal. Your own best friend chose to work with me, rather than listen to your warnings. What exactly are you going to stop me with? Ron raised his wand. Stoop. The spell never formed. Harry's left hand came up, and on it was a glove that Ron hadn't noticed before, fitted black leather that covered his palm and fingers. The half-formed stunner hit the glove and died. Not deflected, not absorbed, just stopped like a candle flame being pinched out between two fingers. The red light flickered once against the leather and went dark. Ron stared at his wand. He stared at Harry's gloved hand. He stared at Harry. I'm not going to... Sit down. Something in Harry's voice changed. Not louder, not angrier, heavier. Like gravity had increased in the space between them. Like the air itself was pressing down on Ron's shoulders, and his knees buckled before his brain had finished processing the command. He sat. Hard. On the stone floor of the Slytherin common room. Legs folded under him, his wand hand limp in his lap. Harry looked at him for a long time. The green light from the lake shifted and rippled. A fish passed the window, slow and indifferent. I'm going to tell you something, Harry said. And I'm going to tell you once. So listen carefully. Ron listened. He didn't have a choice. I don't hate you. I want you to understand that. I don't resent you. I don't despise you. I don't wish you harm. You are a decent person with decent values and a loyalty that, in a better world, would be worth something extraordinary. Harry paused. But I don't think about you, Ron. That's the truth. When I plan, when I strategize, when I assess threats and allocate resources and prepare for what's coming, your name doesn't come up. You are not a factor. You are not a variable. You are a boy who decided I was his enemy because it was easier than accepting that I was never his friend. Ron's jaw was clenched so tight his teeth hurt. His eyes were burning. He would not cry. He absolutely would not cry in front of Harry Potter in the Slytherin common room on a Friday night. He would not. What are you? Ron whispered. I'm what I was made to be. Harry stood up. He looked down at Ron, and for just a moment, a flicker, a shadow, something crossed his face that might have been regret. Go back to Gryffindor. Stop following me. Stop digging. Not because I'm threatening you, but because what you're digging toward is bigger than you can handle, and I would rather not see you get hurt. Is that a threat? It's the closest thing to concern I'm capable of offering you. Harry picked up his book. Take it or leave it. He walked toward the dormitory corridor. Ron sat on the floor, wand in his lap, eyes burning, watching him go. Potter? Harry stopped. He didn't turn around. Hermione deserves better than what you're doing to her. A beat of silence. Yes, Harry said. She does. He disappeared down the corridor, and Ron sat alone in the green light, and the fish kept drifting past the window. And the common room was very, very quiet. Ron sat there for a long time. He didn't know how long. The fire burned lower. The green light shifted as clouds moved over the moon, somewhere far above the lake. His legs were numb from sitting on the stone, and his wand hand ached from gripping too hard. He replayed the conversation in his head. Every word, every pause. The way Harry had said, I don't think about you, Ron, with the same tone he might use to comment on the weather. Not cruel, not heated, just factual. The statement of a person who had looked at the map of their life and found that Ron Weasley did not appear on it anywhere. That was worse than hatred. Ron could have handled hatred. Hatred meant you mattered. Hatred meant you occupied space in someone's mind, took up resources, demanded attention. Hatred was a relationship, twisted and toxic, but still a relationship. Indifference was nothing. Indifference was looking through a window and not seeing the glass. Ron got to his feet. His knees popped. He picked up the plate of sandwiches, which he'd set down at some point without remembering, and walked to the stone wall. It opened for him. He stepped through. The corridor outside was cold and dark and empty, and Ron Weasley walked through it alone, carrying sandwiches he no longer wanted to eat. Back to a common room, where people would ask him where he'd been, and he would have to make up an answer that didn't include the words, "I just got psychologically dismantled by a 14-year-old in a leather glove." He passed the second-floor landing and almost ran into Hermione. She was coming up the stairs with an armful of library books, her hair even more chaotic than usual, ink stains on 3 of her fingers. She saw Ron and stopped. They looked at each other. Once this would have been easy. Once they would have bickered about homework, or laughed about something ridiculous Neville had done in herbology. And it would have been fine, because they were friends and friends could fill silences without effort. Now the silence sat between them like a wall. "Late night?" Hermione asked. "You could say that." She looked at the sandwiches. She looked at his face. Hermione Granger was the smartest witch of her generation, and right now she was reading Ron Weasley's expression like a particularly straightforward book. "You went to see Harry," she said. Ron didn't deny it. "There wasn't any point." "Yeah, and he's exactly what I thought he was. And you already know that. And you're helping him anyway." Hermione's jaw tightened. She shifted the books in her arms. "It's more complicated than you think, Ron." "No, it's not. He's using you. He told me so. He didn't even try to hide it. He's not hiding anything. That's the point. He's the most honest person I've ever met, which is terrifying, but at least I know where I stand." "And where's that?" "Research assistant. Fetch girl. The clever Muggleborn who's too useful to throw away, but not important enough to actually care about." Hermione flinched. Just slightly, just for a second, and then the composure was back, harder than before. "Good night, Ron." She walked past him. Her shoulder didn't touch his, but it came close enough that he felt the air move. "Hermione." She stopped. She didn't turn around. "Be careful," Ron said. "Please." A pause. Then she kept walking, and the sound of her footsteps faded up the staircase. And Ron stood alone on the second-floor landing and thought about the fact that Harry Potter had been right about one thing. Hermione did deserve better. They all did. Daphne Greengrass found Harry in the library the following Wednesday. She didn't announce herself. She didn't clear her throat or shuffle her feet, or do any of the things that people normally did when approaching someone they weren't sure wanted to be approached. She simply pulled out the chair across from Harry, sat down, and placed a single sheet of parchment on the table between them. Harry looked at the parchment. He looked at Daphne. He set down his quill. "Miss Greengrass." "Mr. Potter." They looked at each other. The library was quiet around them, the particular dense silence of a room filled with books and dust and the faint, ever-present hum of preservation charms. A cluster of Ravenclaw third years were whispering 2 tables over. Madame Pince was reorganizing the restricted section with the violent energy of a woman who had found a dog-eared page and was considering the death penalty. "You've been watching me," Harry said. "You've been watching me watch you?" Daphne replied. "We can skip the part where we pretend neither of us noticed." Harry almost smiled. Almost. The corner of his mouth moved by maybe a millimeter. On anyone else, it would have been invisible. On Harry, whose face was normally as expressive as a closed door, it was practically a standing ovation. "What's on the parchment?" "A proposal." Daphne pushed it toward him with one finger. "Read it." Harry picked it up. It was written in neat, small handwriting that wasted no space and used no flourishes, no decorative borders, no family crest. Just words, arranged with the same ruthless efficiency that Daphne applied to everything. The proposal was straightforward. The Greengrass family was offering an alliance. Not a friendship, not a social arrangement. An alliance, defined in specific contractual terms. The Greengrass family's neutrality, their business connections, their intelligence network within the moderate, pure-blood faction, their accumulated political capital, all of it placed at Harry's disposal. In exchange, Harry would provide protection. Not vague. Sentimental protection. Concrete and forcible protection for the Greengrass family and its assets in the event of political upheaval, ministry collapse, or open warfare. "You've been planning this for a while," Harry said. "Since the first task, when you walked up to that dragon and it lay down." Daphne's blue eyes were steady, no warmth in them, no calculation either, just clarity. "That's when I knew the war was already over. Nobody else sees it yet. Dumbledore thinks he can contain you. The Ministry thinks Voldemort is the real threat. Malfoy thinks his father's money buys relevance. They're all wrong. And what do you think? I think you are the most dangerous person in this school, and possibly in this country. And I think whoever is behind you is significantly more dangerous than that. I think the wizarding world is about to change in ways that most people are not prepared for. And I think the Greengrass family survives by being useful to the winning side, not by pretending the war isn't happening. That's very pragmatic. Pragmatism is a family trait." Harry set the parchment down. He studied Daphne the way he studied everything carefully, thoroughly, without hurrying. She let him. She didn't fidget, didn't look away, didn't fill the silence with nervous chatter. She sat with her hands folded on the table and her back straight and waited for him to finish his assessment with the patience of someone who understood that being evaluated was part of the process. She was pretty. Harry noticed this in the same clinical way he noticed most things, cataloging it the way he would catalog any relevant data point. Dark hair, blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, a mouth that was set in a line that could have been stern or could have been suppressing a smile, and the ambiguity seemed intentional. She carried herself with a poise that reminded him, just slightly, of Shalltear. That same self-awareness of physical space, that same control over how much of herself she showed the world. "Why me?" Harry asked. "Excuse me. Your family has survived by being useful to the winning side. You said so yourself. But the winning side in the last war was Dumbledore. And you're not sitting across from Dumbledore right now. You're sitting across from me. A fourth-year Slytherin with an unexplained background and a growing list of incidents that make the faculty nervous. From a pure survival standpoint, approaching Dumbledore would be safer. Safer. Daphne said the word like it tasted wrong. Safe is what the Malfoys thought they were when they backed Voldemort the first time. Safe is what the Ministry thinks it is right now, pretending nothing happened in that graveyard. Safety is a word that people use when they want permission to not think about what's coming. She leaned forward, just slightly, and her voice dropped. "I don't want to be safe, Potter. I want to survive. There's a difference. There is. Dumbledore is old. His power is fading. His network is held together by sentiment and shared history, and half of his allies are compromised or dead. He is playing a defensive game against an enemy he doesn't fully understand, and defensive games end one way." She paused. "You are not playing defense." Harry was quiet for several seconds. The Ravenclaw students had left. Madame Pince had moved to a different section. They were alone, or as alone as anyone could be in a castle full of paintings with ears and ghosts with gossip habits. "If I accept this alliance," Harry said, "it won't be symbolic. It won't be a handshake and a mutual understanding. You will be providing information. Active, specific, ongoing intelligence on the moderate, pure-blood families, on Ministry movements, on the internal politics of Slytherin House. You will be a resource, Daphne. Not a friend." She didn't flinch at the word resource. She didn't bristle or look offended or push back. She nodded. Once, the way someone nods when a negotiation reaches the terms they expected. I understand. And in exchange, I will guarantee the safety of the Greengrass family. Personally. With assets that you will not ask me to identify and methods that you will not question. I wasn't planning to. Good. They looked at each other across the table. The library hummed around them. Dust motes drifted in the lamplight. One more thing, Harry said. Yes. Why did you approach me now? You've been watching since the first task. That's months. Something changed. Daphne was quiet for a moment. The composure held. But something shifted behind it, a tightening around her eyes, a tension in her jaw that hadn't been there before. Astoria, she said. My sister. She's in second year. She's 12 years old and she's terrified, Potter. She has nightmares about the tournament. She read about the graveyard in the Prophet, and she hasn't slept properly in weeks. She asked me, last Thursday, if we were going to be safe. She asked me if Voldemort was going to come for us. Daphne's voice didn't crack. It didn't waver. But it got quieter, the way voices do when the person speaking is using everything they have to keep them steady. I told her yes. I told her we would be safe. And then I sat down and wrote that proposal. Because I refused to make my little sister a promise that I can't keep. The silence that followed was different from the silences that had come before. Heavier, more honest. Harry looked at Daphne Greengrass, at the carefully constructed poise, and the cool blue eyes, and the straight back, and the folded hands, and he saw something underneath all of it that he recognized. Not calculation, not pragmatism. Fear, controlled, channeled, weaponized fear, turned into action because the alternative was paralysis. Shalltear had taught him about that. She had taught him that fear was fuel, not weakness. And that the people who frightened him most were not the ones who felt no fear, but the ones who felt it and moved anyway. I accept your proposal, Harry said. Daphne exhaled. It was a small sound, barely audible. And it was the first crack in her composure that she had allowed since sitting down. She covered it immediately, straightening her shoulders and pulling the parchment back toward her. I'll have my father's solicitor draw up the formal terms. No need. Your word is enough. That stopped her. She looked at him, and for the first time, the cool blue eyes showed something that wasn't assessment or control. Surprise. Genuine surprise. My word, she repeated. I trust your word over any document. Harry held her gaze. Paper can be burned. Contracts can be voided. A person's word is who they are. Daphne stared at him for 3 beats. Then the corner of her mouth moved. The same millimeter movement that Harry's had made earlier. The ghost of a smile that meant more than a full grin would have from anyone else. You're not what I expected, Potter. What did you expect, honestly? A monster in a boy's body. She stood up. She picked up the parchment and folded it neatly. I'm glad I was wrong. You weren't entirely wrong. I know. She looked at him one more time, and this time the almost smile reached her eyes, just barely, a warmth so faint it could have been the lamplight playing tricks. Good night, Harry. It was the first time she had used his first name. She said it deliberately, with the full awareness that first names meant something different after a negotiation than they did before one. It was a choice. A signal. A door opened by exactly 1 inch, inviting him to notice it without making him walk through it. Harry noticed. Good night, Daphne, he said. She left the library. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, precise and unhurried, the walk of someone who had just placed a very large bet and was entirely confident in the outcome. Harry sat alone at the table. The lamp flickered. The library was settling into its nighttime state, the books seeming to breathe in the quiet, the shelves creaking with the small, private sounds of a building that had been alive for 1,000 years. He thought about her face when she'd mentioned Astoria. The way the composure had held but the eyes had changed. The way she'd said, I refuse to make my little sister a promise I can't keep. with the kind of controlled ferocity that Harry understood on a level most people would never reach. Shalltear had told him once, when he was very young, that the most dangerous people in the world were not the ones with the most power. They were the ones with something they couldn't afford to lose. Daphne Greengrass had something she couldn't afford to lose. That made her dangerous. That also, in a way Harry was only beginning to understand, made her real. He picked up his quill, pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward him, and began drafting his weekly report to Shalltear. Under the section marked Alliance Updates, he wrote Greengrass proposal accepted. Asset is competent, motivated, and has a sister she will die to protect. Reliable. He paused, set the quill down, picked it up again. Under the section marked Personnel of Interest, where Daphne's name had sat alone since the first task, he added a single line. She called me Harry. He stared at those words for longer than any intelligence report should have required. Then he folded the parchment, sealed it, and sent it into the dark. The war started quietly, not with a bang, not with a declaration, not with armies lining up on opposite sides of a field. It started with a message spell at 2 in the morning on a Thursday in July, Ains Uul Gown's voice cutting through the dark of Harry's bedroom in Nazarick with the calm, measured cadence of someone issuing operational orders. The sole items. I want them all. Harry sat up in his coffin. The silk lining rustled. Blue torchlight from the corridor threw a thin stripe across the ceiling. He was 15 years old now, back in the grave for the summer, and the familiar cold of the first 3 floors settled around him like a second skin. All of them. Harry repeated. All of them. Demiurge has confirmed 6 horcruxes. 1 destroyed, 5 remaining. The diary was eliminated during your second year at Hogwarts by unknown means. The ring is in a shack in Little Hangleton, protected by curse traps. The locket was moved from its original hiding place by a person or persons unknown. The cup is in a vault at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. The diadem is inside your school. The 6th fragment is inside your skull. Harry touched his scar. Warm, as always. The fragment in my head is the last priority. Ains continued. Removing it requires a procedure that Demiurge is still developing. The other 4 are the immediate targets. I want them collected intact, not destroyed. For study. For consumption. The word hung in the air. Harry waited. I have consulted with Demiurge and Fluter Paradine regarding the nature of these soul fragments. Their conclusion is unanimous. The horcruxes contain raw soul data, fragmentary but functional. In YGG Durasil terms, they are experience crystals. Crude, unstable, inefficient. If properly extracted and integrated, the energy contained within each fragment can be absorbed by a compatible host. You want me to absorb them. I want you to grow. Harry. Ains's voice shifted. Not warmer, exactly. But something in it changed, something that sounded almost like the voice of Suzuki Satoru, the man behind the skeleton, speaking plainly for once. Your wild magic is extraordinary, but it has limits. The tier system has limits. The wizarding world's magic has limits. What I am proposing is that we break those limits by feeding your development with the energy that Voldemort was foolish enough to scatter across the countryside in fragile containers. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about what it meant. Absorbing pieces of Tom Riddle's soul, taking into himself the essence of a man who had killed his parents, who had tried to kill him, who had mutilated his own spirit in the pursuit of immortality. I'll need a weapon, Harry said. Shalltear is preparing one. A staff forged in Nazarick, constructed to channel both tier magic and wild magic simultaneously. It is currently at rare class. Each horcrux absorbed will increase its grade. By the time you've consumed all 4, it should reach divine class. When do we start? Immediately. The briefing continued for another hour. Demiurge had prepared a complete dossier on each horcrux location, defenses, estimated difficulty of extraction. and contingency plans for every scenario he could project, which, knowing Demiurge, was roughly all of them. Harry sat at the long table in the war room, adjacent to the throne room, the dossier spread in front of him, and read each page with the focus that Titus had beaten into him across a decade of library sessions. Shalltear sat beside him, close enough that her arm occasionally brushed his when she reached for a page. She did this deliberately. It was her way of reminding him she was there without interrupting his concentration. Demiurge stood at the head of the table, pointer in hand, a projection of Gringotts' floor plan floating in the air behind him courtesy of a minor illusion spell. He was in his element. Strategic planning was to Demiurge what combat was to Cocytus, not just a skill but a calling, a fundamental expression of what he was. The primary risk factor is not the individual extractions, Demiurge said, tapping the Gringotts schematic. It is the cumulative psychological impact on Harry. Each fragment consumed will deposit residual soul data into his system. We have no precedent for this procedure. The interactions between Voldemort's soul energy and Harry's existing magic, both wild and tier adjacent, are theoretically predictable but practically unknown. "I can handle it," Harry said. "I do not doubt your resolve. I am questioning your biology." Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. "You are human, Harry. Remarkably enhanced, extraordinarily trained, but fundamentally human. Human souls have tolerances. Exceeding those tolerances has consequences that even Lord Aines's considerable foresight cannot entirely predict." Shalltear's eyes narrowed. "Are you suggesting we abandon the operation, Demiurge?" "I am suggesting we monitor the asset closely." He smiled his pleasant, cold smile. "After all, we would hate to lose our investment." "He is not an investment. He is my son. He can be both, Shalltear." "Nazarick is nothing if not efficient." "Enough," Harry said. Both of them looked at him. He didn't raise his voice. He never raised his voice. He just spoke. And the authority in it came from somewhere that had nothing to do with volume, and everything to do with the fact that he had grown up watching Ains Gown command a room, and had absorbed the technique the way a sponge absorbs water. "I understand the risks. I accept them. Give me the operation order." Demiurge's smile widened by a fraction. "As you wish." The locket came first. Demiurge's intelligence network had tracked it from its original hiding place, a cave on the British coastline, to a townhouse in London, number 12, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family, currently occupied by one Sirius Black, escaped convict and Harry's godfather, a man Harry had never met and who had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Harry learned about Sirius Black from Demiurge's file the same way he learned about everything calmly, thoroughly, and with no visible emotional response. Sirius was his parents' best friend. Sirius was supposed to have been his guardian. Sirius had been framed by Peter Pettigrew, the same sniveling wretch Harry had blasted across a graveyard 8 months ago. The file included a photograph, grainy and old, showing a young man with dark hair and a reckless grin standing next to James Potter at what looked like a wedding. Harry looked at the photograph for exactly 3 seconds. Then he set it aside and focused on the floor plan of Grimmauld Place. He didn't go himself. Not for this one. Shalltear insisted on a minimal risk approach, which meant sending Kreacher. Kreacher was a house elf. Specifically, he was the house elf of the Black family, bound to Grimmauld Place and technically under the command of Sirius Black. But house elves had their own hierarchy, their own loyalties, and Kreacher's deepest loyalty was not to Sirius. It was to the memory of Regulus Black, Sirius's dead brother, who had been a Death Eater and who had, in his final act, stolen the original locket from Voldemort's cave and ordered Kreacher to destroy it. Kreacher had failed. For 16 years, the locket had sat in Grimmauld Place, radiating dark energy, and Kreacher had been unable to destroy it. The guilt had driven him half mad. Harry contacted Creature through a channel that Demiurge had established months earlier, a magical resonance link that exploited the House Elf bonding system's vulnerability to higher-tier command structures. In practical terms, Harry's aura, saturated with Nazarick's energy after 15 years of living in the Great Tome, registered to Creature's binding as something very close to a direct order from a member of the Black family. In simpler terms, when Harry told Creature to bring him the locket, Creature brought the locket. The old elf appeared in Harry's chambers at 3 in the afternoon, clutching the heavy gold locket to his chest with both hands. His eyes were enormous and wet, and his voice cracked when he spoke. "Master Harry has come for the locket. The locket that Creature could not destroy. The locket that Master Regulus died for. I have. Can Master Harry destroy it?" Harry took the locket from Creature's trembling hands. It was heavy, heavier than gold should be, and it pulsed against his palm like a second heartbeat. His life essence activated on contact. The soul fragment inside was bright and angry, a knot of dark energy that writhed like a trapped animal, pressing against the walls of its container. "I'm not going to destroy it," Harry said. "I'm going to use it." Creature stared at him. The old elf's face went through several expressions in rapid succession, most of them unreadable, before settling on something that looked like exhausted acceptance. "Will the bad magic be gone?" "Yes. Then Creature does not care what Master Harry does with it." The elf's voice cracked again, and he bowed so low his nose brushed the stone floor. "Creature has waited 16 years. Creature is tired." "You've done well," Harry said. Regulus would be proud. He didn't know if that was true. He had never met Regulus Black. But Creature's reaction told him it was the right thing to say. The old elf made a sound that was somewhere between a sob and a laugh, nodded furiously, and disappeared with a crack. Harry held the locket up. The green light of the grave reflected off its surface, and the thing inside it pressed against the gold like a fist against a window. He set it on the workbench in his chambers, next to the staff. The staff was new. 3 feet long, dark wood wrapped in silver wire, topped with a crystal housing that was currently empty. Shalltear had commissioned it from Nazarick's best crafters, and the specifications had been provided by Ains himself. It was designed to do one specific thing: receive and integrate soul energy. Harry placed his palm flat on the locket. He closed his eyes. He reached for the bridge between his wild magic and the tier system, that impossible hybrid that existed only because a boy had grown up in 2 worlds simultaneously, and he pulled. The extraction was not gentle. The locket screamed, not a sound, a psychic scream, a pulse of anguish and fury that radiated outward through the stone walls of the grave and made every undead creature on the first floor stop, moving for exactly 2 seconds. A dark mist erupted from the seams of the locket, thick and oily, twisting in the air like smoke from a burning body. It formed shapes. Faces. Tom Riddle's face, young and handsome and contorted with rage, mouth open in a silent howl, eyes blazing red. Harry didn't flinch. His hand stayed flat on the locket. His other hand gripped the staff. The bridge between his 2 magic systems was wide open, and he was channeling the soul fragment through himself, pulling it out of its container and feeding it directly into the crystal housing at the top of the staff. It hurt, not physically. Somewhere deeper, in the part of him that was connected to his own soul, in the space between his heartbeat and his magic. The fragment of Voldemort's soul passed through him like swallowing broken glass, sharp edges dragging against everything they touched. Harry's teeth clenched. His jaw ached. Sweat broke across his forehead and ran into his eyes. The dark mist thinned. The screaming face dissolved. The locket went cold in his hand, dead metal empty, and the crystal at the top of the staff glowed with a faint, sickly green light. Harry gasped. He pulled his hand away from the locket and braced himself against the workbench. His knees were shaking. His vision was blurred. The taste of iron sat heavy on his tongue, and when he swallowed, it felt like his throat was lined with sand. But underneath the pain, underneath the nausea and the trembling, he felt something else. Energy. Raw, dense, crackling energy. Flooding through the staff and bleeding back into him through his grip on the wood. It was like drinking lightning. It was like standing in a waterfall of electricity and feeling every cell in his body vibrate at a frequency it had never reached before. The staff pulsed once. The crystal brightened. The classification, invisible to anyone without YGGDR ASIL assessment skills, shifted. Rare to legacy. 1 down, 3 to go. The ring was in Little Hangleton. Harry went alone this time. Shalltear argued against it for 30 minutes, which was 29 minutes longer than anyone else in Nazarick would have survived arguing with her about anything. Harry listened, nodded, acknowledged every point she made, and then went anyway. Because the ring was personal. It sat in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack, a rotting structure on the edge of the village where Voldemort's mother had grown up in squalor and misery. The shack itself was barely standing. The roof had caved in years ago. The walls were more gap than wood, and the door hung from a single hinge like a broken jaw. The entire property radiated decay, the slow, patient death of a place that had been abandoned by everyone who had ever known it. Inside, the ring sat on a table. A simple gold band with a black stone, set into the center, the resurrection stone, though Harry didn't know that yet. What he knew was that the ring was trapped. The curse hit him the moment he crossed the threshold. Not a triggered spell. Something older. Something baked into the air itself, a withering hex that targeted living flesh and began eating it on contact. Harry felt it latch onto his right hand as he reached for the ring, a cold, crawling sensation that spread across his fingers like frostbite. He activated his defensive enchantments. The Nazarick crafted protections in his clothing flared, pushing back against the curse. And for a moment the two forces fought across the surface of his skin, dark magic versus dark magic, the withering hex pressing inward and the protection pressing outward. The curse was strong. Stronger than Harry had expected. This was Voldemort's personal work, and whatever else the man was, he was a gifted curse layer. Harry gritted his teeth and grabbed the ring. The curse surged up his arm. His fingers went numb, then cold, then started to turn black at the tips. Harry slammed his wild magic against the curse in a wave of raw, unstructured force, the magical equivalent of smashing a wall with a sledgehammer. The curse cracked, splintered, fell apart in pieces that dissolved into the air like ash. His hand ached, his fingers tingled. The blackening receded, slowly, pulled back by the healing properties of the defensive layer, leaving his skin flushed and raw but intact. He looked at the ring in his palm. The black stone caught the dim light filtering through the broken roof. The extraction was straightforward. The soul fragment came out with less resistance than the lockets, tired and damaged by decades of sitting in a cursed container. The dark mist formed Riddle's face one more time, older in this fragment, more recognizable. The handsome features, twisted by the beginnings of the corruption, that would eventually destroy them entirely. The face looked at Harry with something that might have been confusion, or might have been recognition, and then it dissolved. The staff's crystal absorbed it. The light brightened. Rare to legacy had been the locket. Legacy to something in between would be the ring. Harry could feel the classification shifting, the weapon growing, the energy settling into new configurations. He pocketed the dead ring and walked out of the shack. The village of Little Hangleton was quiet below him, lights in windows, smoke from chimneys. Ordinary people living ordinary lives 50 yards from the ruins, where a dark lord had been conceived in despair. Harry turned his back on it and opened a gate. 2 down. 2 to go. The cup was in Gringotts. Gringotts was a problem, not because of the security, which was extensive but ultimately finite. Not because of the goblins, who were fierce but fragile. The problem was visibility. Gringotts sat at the center of Diagon Alley, the most public magical location in Britain. Any operation there would be witnessed. Any violence would be reported. Any deviation from the expected behavior of a Hogwarts student visiting his bank vault would trigger alarms that reached the ministry in minutes. Aines's solution was not subtle. Aines's solution was Cocytus. "This is not a stealth operation," Aines said during the planning session, which took place in the throne room with the full command staff present. Shalltear stood at Harry's left. Demiurge stood at Aines's right. Albedo was by the door, because Albedo was always by the door, and her golden eyes tracked the conversation with the focused intensity of a hawk watching a field mouse. "This is a raid. Speed, overwhelming force. Zero tolerance for resistance. The objective is the Hufflepuff Cup in Vault 711, assigned to the Lestrange family. Cocytus will lead the assault team. Harry will perform the extraction. Total operation time under 4 minutes. And the goblins?" Demiurge asked, adjusting his spectacles with one finger. "If they submit, they live. If they resist, they don't. Efficient as always, my lord. The dragon in the lower vaults is the primary obstacle," Shalltear added. She was studying a schematic of Gringotts' underground tunnel system that Demiurge's agents had acquired through channels Harry didn't ask about. An elderly ironbelly, partially blind, chained. "It guards the high-security corridors. The goblins keep it docile through pain conditioning. Cocytus will handle the dragon," Aines said. Cocytus, who had been standing motionless near the back of the throne room, generating a low hum of frost that made everyone's breath visible, inclined his massive head. "It will be done, my lord. Harry, you know your role. Enter behind the assault team. Reach Vault 711. Extract the cup. Perform the soul transfer on site. Exit. Good, you leave tomorrow." The raid happened at dawn. Harry stood at the top of Diagon Alley and watched Cocytus walk down the cobblestone street toward the white marble facade of Gringotts. The warrior was fully armored, his insectoid body encased in ice-blue plates that caught the early morning light and threw it back in cold shards. His 4 arms each held a weapon. God-slaying Emperor blade in the upper right. 3 other swords of varying length and killing purpose in the remaining hands. The air around him was so cold that the cobblestones frosted beneath his feet, and his breath came out in clouds so thick they looked solid. The alley was empty. Demiurge had arranged that. A false alarm at the ministry, a redirected flu network, a carefully timed distraction. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it would already be over. Cocytus reached the doors of Gringotts. 2 goblin guards stood at the entrance, armed with pikes that looked very impressive until you considered what they were pointed at. The goblins looked up at the 7-foot-tall, frozen insect warrior standing in front of them, and, to their credit, did not immediately run. "Stand aside," Cocytus said. His voice vibrated through the morning air. The windows of the nearest shop rattled. The goblins looked at each other. One of them gripped his pike tighter. His knuckles went white. His face was set in the particular expression of someone who was about to make a very brave and very stupid decision. The other goblin put his hand on his companion's arm, looked at Cocytus again, and set his pike on the ground. "We're off duty," he said. Quickly. Cocytus entered the bank. Harry followed. Inside, the main floor of Gringotts was marble and gold and goblin tellers behind high counters, and every single one of them turned to stare as a floor guardian of the great Tom of Nazarick walked across their lobby. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 3 seconds. Ink froze in inkwells. Quills cracked. A goblin at the nearest counter opened his mouth to sound an alarm and found that his lips had sealed shut with frost. "Vault 711, Harry said, walking past the frozen tellers toward the tunnel entrance. "The ground floor access. The carts are unnecessary." They took the tunnel on foot. Cocytus led. The temperature plummeted with each step deeper into the earth. The torches along the walls guttered, and died as they passed, killed by the cold, leaving only the faint blue glow of Cocytus's own aura to light the way. Water dripped from the ceiling and froze into stalactites before it hit the ground. The dragon was waiting in the lower vault corridor. It was old. Massive, but old, with scales that had gone pale and milky from decades underground. Its eyes were clouded, nearly blind. Chains held it in place. Thick iron links bolted to the tunnel walls, and the skin beneath the shackles was raw and scarred from years of chafing. When it sensed their approach, it reared up and roared, and a wall of fire erupted from its jaws, filling the tunnel with heat and light. Cocytus walked through the fire, his frost aura activated on contact with the flames. The fire hit a wall of absolute cold and died, not extinguished, negated. The flames turned to ice crystals in midair and shattered on the ground like broken glass. Cocytus emerged from the other side of the dragon's breath without a single scorch mark on his armor, and the dragon, which had never in its miserable chained life encountered something that walked through fire like it was drizzle, stopped roaring. It looked at Cocytus. Cocytus looked at it. "You are a warrior bound in chains," Cocytus said. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. "There is no honor in this. You deserve better." The dragon's clouded eyes blinked. It lowered its head. Cocytus raised one hand and brought the god-slaying emperor blade down on the chains. The iron shattered. The links fell away. The dragon shifted, flexing limbs that hadn't been free in years, and made a sound deep in its throat that was not a growl and not a whine, but something in between. "Go," Cocytus said. The dragon looked at the tunnel behind it. The tunnel that led up, and eventually to the surface, to sky and wind and freedom. It looked at Cocytus one more time. Then it turned and lumbered down the corridor, its massive body scraping the walls, moving toward the light with the slow, uncertain gait of something that had forgotten what freedom felt like and was remembering. Vault 711 was behind the next door. The lock was goblin-enchanted, blood-bound, and would take a master curse-breaker weeks to open. Cocytus cut the door in half with a single stroke. The two pieces fell inward and hit the floor with a boom that echoed through the tunnels. Inside, the vault was full. Mountains of gold, stacked artifacts, piles of jewels. The accumulated wealth of the Lestrange family stored and forgotten in the dark. And sitting on a high shelf, glowing faintly with its own malevolent light, was a small golden cup with two handles and a badger engraved on its side. The Hufflepuff cup. Harry walked in. He could feel the security enchantments activating around him. The Gemino and Flagranta curses designed to multiply and burn everything in the vault if touched. He ignored them. The enchantments were wizard magic, wild magic, and they operated on principles that his Nazarick enhanced resistance simply did not recognize as threatening. The Gemino curse hit his defensive layer and bounced. The Flagrante curse touched his skin and fizzled like a match dropped in water. He picked up the cup. The soul fragment inside was stronger than the lockets had been. Angrier, it fought back, thrashing against his grip like a living thing, sending spikes of dark energy up his arm that made his muscles spasm. Harry gritted his teeth, pulled the staff from his back, and pressed the cup against the crystal housing. He pulled. The extraction took longer this time. 40 seconds of concentrated effort, his wild magic and his tier training working in tandem, dragging the soul fragment out of its container inch by screaming inch. The cup shook in his hand. The dark mist erupted, thicker than before, forming shapes that lunged at Harry's face, mouths open, eyes burning. Harry held his ground. His feet were planted. His arms shook but did not waver. The fragment came free. It flooded into the staff like water into a drain. The crystal flared. The green light intensified, then shifted, cycling through colors that had no name, settling on a deep, pulsing violet that threw shadows on the vault walls. The cup fell from Harry's hand, empty and dead, and clattered on the gold below. Harry's vision blurred. His knees buckled. He caught himself on the staff and leaned there, breathing hard, sweat dripping from his chin onto the gold coins beneath him. The energy was enormous this time. He could feel it reshaping things inside him, expanding channels that his magic flowed through, widening pathways that had been narrow his entire life. It was growth, accelerated, forced, painful growth, like a plant being pushed through a season in seconds. The staff pulsed, legacy to divine. 2 horcruxes consumed, 2 remaining. The staff was now classified at a level that most YGG players had never achieved in a lifetime of grinding, and Harry had reached it by eating pieces of a dead man's soul in a goblin bank vault while a frozen insect warrior stood guard in the corridor. Cocytus appeared in the doorway. "It is done." Harry straightened up, wiped his face, rolled his shoulders. The energy was settling, finding its place, integrating into his system with the efficiency of a machine, accepting a new part. "Let's go." They walked out of Gringotts the way they'd walked in. The goblins who hadn't frozen watched them leave from behind their counters with expressions that were equal parts terror and grudging respect. They were bankers. They understood power. They understood, more importantly, when arguing with power was bad for business. Nobody tried to stop them. Nobody raised an alarm. The doors closed behind them, and Diagon Alley was quiet in the early morning light, and somewhere in the tunnels below, an old dragon was climbing toward the sky for the first time in 30 years. Harry and Cocytus walked back up the alley in silence. The shops were still dark, their owners still unaware of what had just happened 50 feet below their floors. A cat watched them from a windowsill. A stack of daily prophets sat bundled outside Flourish and Blots, their headlines screaming about ministry policy and Quidditch scores, utterly oblivious to the fact that the most secure bank in the magical world had just been raided by a frozen insect warrior and a 15-year-old boy. They reached the extraction point, a narrow gap between Aelop's Owl Emporium and the apothecary, where a gate had been set by Shalltear. Harry pressed the activation rune on the wall, and the air split open, revealing the cold stone corridor of Nazarick's second floor. Cocytus paused before stepping through. "The boy fights well," he said. He was not looking at Harry. He was looking back down Diagon Alley at the white marble facade of Gringotts gleaming in the dawn light. Discipline, focus, no hesitation, even when the extraction caused pain. "Thank you, Cocytus. I am not offering praise. I am making an observation." The warrior's mandibles clicked. "Praise is earned on the battlefield. What you did today was a procurement operation. Praise will come when you face a worthy opponent. I look forward to it." Cocytus looked at him then. The frozen warrior's compound eyes were unreadable, as always, but his posture shifted in a way that Harry had learned to interpret over years of training respect, grudging but genuine, offered to a student who had not yet proven himself, but who showed, in the particular way he held himself after pain, the potential to be worth respecting. "As do I," Cocytus said. They stepped through the gate. It closed behind them. Diagon Alley was empty. 3 hours later, the goblins of Gringotts held an emergency board meeting. It lasted 6 hours. The minutes were sealed. The only public outcome was a brief notice posted on the bank's front doors that read, "Gringotts acknowledges recent security adjustments to our lower vault system. Clients may rest assured that their assets remain fully protected." Nobody believed it. The goblins didn't expect them to, but the goblins were survivors. And survivors understood that sometimes the smartest response to being robbed by something you couldn't fight was to pretend it hadn't happened and move on. The dragon was spotted over the Scottish Highlands the following morning, flying north, its pale scales catching the sunlight for the first time in decades. Muggle news reports described it as an unusually large bird. The Ministry's Obliviation Squad spent 3 days cleaning up sightings. Nobody connected any of it to Harry Potter. The diadem was easy. Harry had known about the Room of Requirement since his 3rd year. It was one of Hogwarts' many secrets that the school revealed to students who paid attention. And Harry always paid attention. The room appeared on the 7th floor when you walked past a specific stretch of wall 3 times while thinking about what you needed. Most students used it for private study sessions or illicit meetups. Harry used it to find a 1,000-year-old horcrux. He went alone. No assault team. No Cossetus, no Shalltear watching from the shadows. Just Harry, walking down the 7th floor corridor at midnight, thinking, I need the place where things are hidden. The door appeared, he opened it. The room of hidden things was enormous. A cathedral of junk, stretching in every direction, piled floor to ceiling with centuries of abandoned objects. Broken furniture, stacked books, shattered crystal balls. Rusted cauldrons, stuffed animals that watched him with glass eyes, cloaks eaten by moths, bottles of solidified potions, and 1,000 other things that people had hidden and forgotten about. Harry's life essence painted the room in thermal outlines. Most of the objects were cold, dead, inert. But one of them, deep in the far corner, sitting on top of a chipped bust of an ugly old wizard, burned with a familiar, sickly light. He navigated the maze of junk with efficient steps, sidestepping piles that looked unstable, ducking under a canoe that had been balanced on 2 wardrobes for probably a century. The diadem was exactly where his senses told him it would be, a tarnished silver tiara with a blue stone, inscribed with the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Harry picked it up. The fragment inside was the weakest of the 3 he'd encountered. Smaller, more degraded, as if decades of sitting in a room full of broken things had worn it down. The extraction took 12 seconds. The dark mist was thin, almost translucent. The face that formed in it was barely recognizable as Riddle's, a smeared, half-formed impression that dissolved like smoke in a breeze. The crystal on the staff accepted the fragment without resistance, the violet light brightening briefly and then settling. Harry set the dead tiara back on the bust. He stood there for a moment, in the cathedral of forgotten things, and felt the new energy integrate. This one was different from the others. Smaller, yes, weaker. But it carried something the others hadn't. A taste of ambition so pure it was almost innocent. The ambition of a young Tom Riddle, who hadn't yet become a monster, who had just been a brilliant orphan boy who wanted to matter. Harry understood that ambition. He recognized it the way you recognize your own face in an old photograph, changed but familiar. The desire to matter, to be more than what the world decided you were. Tom Riddle had wanted it, and had turned it into something monstrous. Harry wanted it too, and the difference between them was not the wanting but the having. Harry had Shalltear. Tom Riddle had had no one. He walked out of the room of hidden things, closed the door behind him, and the door vanished. The 7th floor corridor was quiet. Moonlight came through the tall windows in pale squares on the stone floor. Harry's footsteps echoed as he walked, and the staff tapped lightly with each step, the violet crystal casting a faint glow that preceded him like a lantern. "You're out past curfew." Harry stopped. Daphne Greengrass was leaning against the wall near the staircase, her arms crossed, her school robes slightly rumpled in a way that suggested she'd been waiting for a while. Her dark hair was loose around her shoulders, which was unusual. She normally wore it pulled back. The difference made her look younger, softer, more like the 15-year-old girl she actually was and less like the political operative she presented to the world. "So are you," Harry said. "I was worried." She said it flatly, the way she said most things, but her eyes moved to the staff in his hand and stayed there. She could feel it. Harry could see it in the way her posture changed, a subtle tightening. The instinctive response of a magical person standing near something that radiated power on a frequency their body could sense, but their mind couldn't name. Daphne said, nodding at the staff. "It feels wrong." Not in a dark magic way, in a bigger way. Like standing next to something that's too heavy for the world it's in. That's a surprisingly accurate description. I'm a surprisingly accurate person. She pushed off the wall and walked toward him. She stopped about 3 feet away, close enough to talk quietly, far enough to maintain the careful distance that had defined every interaction they'd had since the library. Astoria had another nightmare last night. She dreamed Hogwarts was on fire. It won't be? You can't promise that? I can? I am. Daphne looked at him. The cool blue eyes searched his face for something. Deception, maybe, or overconfidence. Or the particular kind of madness that made people promise things they couldn't deliver. She didn't find whatever she was looking for, because what she found instead was certainty, and certainty from Harry Potter was not the same as certainty from other people. When other people were certain, they were usually wrong. When Harry was certain, things happened. You're collecting something, she said. I don't know what. I don't need to know. But you've been leaving the castle at odd hours, and when you come back, you feel different. Heavier, like there's more of you than there was before. You notice a lot. That's my job. A pause. That's also just who I am. They stood in the moonlit corridor. The staff pulsed between them, violet light catching Daphne's eyes and turning them briefly purple. I need you to trust me, Harry said, for a little longer. What I'm doing, what's coming, it's going to look frightening from the outside. People are going to be scared. The Ministry will panic. Dumbledore will try to interfere. And I need you, specifically you, to hold the moderate faction together when it happens. You're asking me to be your anchor. I'm asking you to be yourself. Steady, pragmatic, clear-eyed. The person who sees the board and not just the pieces. Daphne's mouth did the thing. The almost smile. The ghost of warmth that existed at the very edge of her composure, visible only if you were standing close enough and paying enough attention. You're getting better at asking for things, she said. I had a good teacher. You had a pragmatist who wanted to survive. Same thing. She looked at him for one more second. Then she turned and walked down the corridor toward the Slytherin dormitories, her footsteps quiet on the stone. Good night, Harry, she said over her shoulder. Good night, Daphne. She disappeared around the corner. Harry stood alone with the staff in the moonlight and the faint pulse of 3 consumed souls vibrating in the crystal at its tip. 3 down. 1 to go. The one in his head. Shalltear was waiting for him when he returned to Nazarick. She was sitting in his chambers in his chair, at his desk, reading his tactical notes with the casual disregard for privacy that she had always exercised as his mother. When he walked in, she looked up, and her red eyes did the thing they always did when she first saw him after an absence, the quick, sweeping scan, checking for injuries, for changes, for anything that shouldn't be there. Her gaze stopped on the staff. Divine class? She said. Divine class? She stood up. She walked to him. She took the staff from his hand and held it up to the blue torchlight, turning it slowly, examining the crystal in the wood and the silver wire with the practiced eye of a warrior assessing a weapon. It suits you, Arinsu. She handed it back. 3 fragments consumed. How do you feel? Harry considered the question honestly. How did he feel? Stronger. That was the obvious answer. The energy from 3 horcruxes had expanded his magical capacity by a factor he couldn't precisely measure. Widened the channels through which his power flowed, deepened the reservoir that his wild magic drew from. He could feel spells forming faster in his mind. He could feel the bridge between his 2 magic systems growing more stable, more responsive. But there was something else. Something underneath the power. A darkness that sat in the back of his mind like sediment at the bottom of a glass. The accumulated residue of 3 fragments of Tom Riddle's soul passing through him. It wasn't thoughts. It wasn't memories. It was more like an aftertaste. a faint, persistent bitterness that colored everything slightly darker than it had been before. "Stronger," Harry said, "and heavier." Shalltear looked at him. She looked at him for a long time, longer than the tactical assessment required, with an expression that was not the floor guardian, not the vampire, not the monster. Just the mother. "Sit down," she said. He sat on the edge of his coffin. She sat next to him. Side by side, the way they had sat on the balcony when he was 9, legs dangling, looking at nothing in particular. "One Perencino created me," Shalltear said, "put things inside me. Desires, instincts, preferences. Some of them are beautiful. Some of them are monstrous. All of them are mine. I did not choose them, but they are mine. And I carry them because that is what it means to exist." Harry said nothing. He listened. "You are carrying pieces of another soul inside you. They are not yours. They were forced upon you by a broken man who did not understand what he was doing. And they will try to change you, Harry. They will push at the edges of who you are, trying to find cracks, trying to bleed through. I know. Let them push." Her voice was fierce. "Let them try. You are stronger than every fragment of Tom Riddle combined, because you have something he never had and never will." "What?" Shalltear reached over and placed her cold hand flat on his chest, over his heart. "Someone who would burn the world for you, Arinsu." Harry put his hand over hers. Her skin was cold. His was warm. The contrast was the same as it had always been, vampire and human, dead and alive, and somehow in the space between those two temperatures, in the impossible gap where cold met warm, something existed that neither of them had a word for. "The fragment in my head," Harry said. "Demiurge says the procedure is ready." "It is? When?" "After the war. After Voldemort is dealt with. Removing the fragment while the primary soul is still active risks cascade failure across the remaining anchors. We take the source first, then we clean up the fragments." Harry nodded. That made sense. Tactical patience. Remove the threat, then address the residual damage. "The wizarding world doesn't know what's coming," he said. "No, Arinsu. They do not. Voldemort thinks he's the most dangerous thing in it. Voldemort is a child who learned one trick and believed it made him a god." Shalltear's voice was cold and precise and absolutely certain. "He has never faced anything like Nazarick. He has never faced anything like Lord Ains. And he has never in his entire pitiful existence." She stood up. She smoothed her dress. She walked to the door. "Rest," she said. "Eat. Sleep. Tomorrow you go back to Hogwarts for your final year, and when the time comes, you will finish what that fool started in the graveyard." She paused at the door. "And Harry." "Yes, Mother. When you fight him, when you stand in front of him, and he sees what you have become, I want you to remember something." "What?" "You are not the boy who lived." Her red eyes blazed in the torchlight, fierce and proud and burning with a love so intense it was almost indistinguishable from violence. "You are the boy I raised. That is infinitely more terrifying, Arinsu." She left. The door closed. The blue torchlight flickered. Harry lay back in his coffin. The staff rested beside him, the divine class crystal pulsing with a soft violet light that threw strange shadows on the ceiling. The hum in his chest was louder now, deeper, fed by 3 consumed souls and years of training, and a magic that didn't follow any rules anyone had ever written. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was rebuilding, gathering followers, planning his return. He had no idea what was waiting for him. Harry closed his eyes. The violet light pulsed. The grave was cold and quiet and home. He slept and the darkness inside him was still, and the staff glowed beside him like a promise. Voldemort came on a Saturday. Harry felt it before the alarms went off. A pressure change in the air. Like the atmosphere itself was flinching, drawing back from something that had no right to exist in the natural world. The wards around Hogwarts shuddered. Not broke, shuddered. The ancient protective spells woven into the castle's foundations by 1,000 years of headmasters, vibrated at a frequency that Harry could feel in the soles of his feet, in the fillings of his teeth, in the scar on his forehead that suddenly went from warm to hot. He was in the Slytherin common room when it started. Saturday morning, early, the kind of pale gray light that came through the lake windows before the sun hit the water properly. Most of the students were still asleep. Draco was snoring in the dormitory, one arm hanging off the bed. Blaise had his pillow over his head. Harry set down his teacup. He reached for the staff. The divine class crystal pulsed violet, reacting to the same disturbance he was feeling, the wood vibrating faintly under his grip. He pressed the communication crystal. "He's here." Shalltear's response was immediate. No delay. No hesitation. She had been waiting. "We are ready, Arinsu." The castle alarm sounded 3 seconds later. A deep, resonant tone that rolled through the corridors and stairwells and dormitories of Hogwarts like a funeral bell, shaking dust from the ceiling and rattling the windows in their frames. Students jolted awake. Doors banged open. Voices rose in confusion, then fear. Harry walked out of the common room and into a castle that was waking up to war. The great hall was chaos. Students poured in from every direction, some still in pajamas, some clutching wands they barely knew how to use, all of them frightened. The 4 house tables had been pushed aside. Professors stood at the front, their faces set in expressions that ranged from grim determination to barely concealed terror. McGonagall was issuing orders in a voice that could have cut glass. Flitwick was distributing shield charms. Sprout was directing younger students toward the room of requirement for evacuation. Dumbledore stood at the center of it all. He was not panicking. He was not shouting orders. He was standing perfectly still, his wand in his hand. His blue eyes sweeping the hall with the focused calm of a man who had been preparing for this moment for longer than most of the people in this room had been alive. His robes were plain gray, no stars, no moons, no decorative nonsense. Battle dress. The last time Albus Dumbledore had worn plain gray was the day he defeated Grindelwald. Harry pushed through the crowd toward the front. Students parted for him without being asked. They always had, but today it was different. Today they weren't stepping aside out of instinct or vague unease. They were stepping aside because Harry Potter was walking toward the doors of Hogwarts with a staff in his hand that radiated power on a frequency that made their bones itch, and his face carried an expression that none of them had ever seen on it before. Eagerness. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice caught him at the doors. The old man's blue eyes found his across the hall. "We should discuss strategy." "No need." "Harry." "The strategy is already in motion, Professor." It was set in motion before Voldemort decided to attack, before he gathered his forces, before he planned his approach. This was always going to happen. The only variable was when. Harry stopped. He turned and looked at Dumbledore, and something passed between them. An understanding, a recognition. The final settling of attention that had been building since a terrified Sorting Hat shouted, "Slyh Urin," 5 years ago. "You should evacuate the students," Harry said. "All of them. Younger years first, then everyone who can't or won't fight. The room of requirement connects to the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. Get them out. And the defenders. Tell them to hold the walls. Don't advance. Don't engage. When the time comes, they'll know." "Know what?" Harry smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. "That the cavalry has arrived." He turned and walked through the doors of Hogwarts. They closed behind him with a boom that echoed through the great hall. Dumbledore watched the doors for a long moment. Then he turned to McGonagall. "Evacuate the younger students. Fortify the walls, defensive positions only." "Albus? What is he planning?" "Something he has been planning for a very long time, Minerva, and I rather suspect we are about to see it." The grounds of Hogwarts were dark. Not naturally dark. The sun had been rising, gray and thin through the clouds, but something was eating the light. A wall of black fog rolled across the grounds from the direction of the forbidden forest, swallowing the dawn, turning the landscape into a formless gray void that smelled like ash and old graves. Within the fog things moved. Shapes, figures, an army. They emerged from the tree line in waves. Death Eaters in black robes and silver masks, hundreds of them, fanning out across the grounds in a formation that was probably meant to look disciplined, but looked more like a mob that had been given matching outfits. Behind them came the creatures. Giants, 3 of them, massive and stupid and angry, their footsteps shaking the earth. Dementors, a cloud of them, hovering above the Death Eater ranks like a canopy of frozen despair. Acromantulas from the forest, clicking and skittering, their bodies the size of horses. Werewolves, hunched and snarling, not yet transformed but already feral. And at the center of it all, Voldemort. He had a body now. Harry could see him even at this distance. Tall, thin, white as chalk. Noseless face tilted up toward the castle, with an expression of triumphant malice that belonged on a man who believed he was about to win. The Elder Wand was in his hand. He had taken it from Dumbledore's tomb, which Demiurge's intelligence had reported 2 weeks ago. He believed it made him invincible. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts alone, staff in hand, and waited. Voldemort's amplified voice rolled across the grounds like a wave of cold water. Harry Potter. The words were calm, measured, almost conversational. A voice used to being obeyed. You have fought bravely, but it is over. Give yourself to me, and I shall spare the others. You have until midnight. Harry raised the staff. He pointed it at Voldemort's army, and he spoke one word. Gate. The air split. Not one hole. Not 2. Dozens. The space behind Harry tore open in a line of vertical rifts, each one burning with that cold violet light that anyone from Nazarick would have recognized instantly, each one wide enough for 3 figures to walk through abreast. And they walked through. Death Knights came first. 12 of them, each 7 feet tall, encased in black armor, carrying tower shields and blades that glowed with necrotic energy. They stepped through the gates in perfect formation, their footsteps hitting the ground in unison, a drumbeat that shook the earth and silenced every sound on the battlefield for exactly 2 seconds. Behind the Death Knights came the Soul Eaters. Dark, spectral horses wreathed in shadow, their riders faceless, their aura draining life energy from everything within 50 feet. The grass beneath their hooves turned black and brittle. The Dementors, which had been hovering over Voldemort's army with the confidence of apex predators, felt the Soul Eaters' presence and recoiled. They actually recoiled. The embodiments of despair, the prison guards of Azkaban, the creatures that fed on human happiness, sensed something on that field that was bigger and darker and hungrier than they were, and they pulled back. Behind the Soul Eaters came the Pleiades. Lupus Regina, Uri Alpha, Narberyl, Solution, CZ Delta, and Entoma, 6 combat maids in identical uniforms, walking in a line, their faces composed, their weapons drawn. They looked like waitresses at a very exclusive restaurant. They were, collectively, capable of destroying a small city. Behind the Pleiades came the Floor Guardians. Cocytus emerged from the largest gate, his 4 arms raised, each holding a weapon, his frost aura turning the air around him into a blizzard of ice crystals. The temperature on the left flank of the battlefield dropped 40 degrees in 10 seconds. Death Eaters in the blast radius stumbled backward, their robes freezing stiff, their fingers too numb to hold their wands. Albedo came next, in full plate armor, her bardich gleaming, her golden eyes cold and focused. Her world-class item aura radiated outward like a pressure wave, and lesser magical beings in its range. The Acromantulas, the werewolves, the weakest of the Death Eaters, felt their enchantments fail. Shield charms popped like soap bubbles. Concealment spells dissolved. Magical resistances dropped to 0. Demiurge walked through his gate like a man arriving at a business meeting. His suit was immaculate. His spectacles were polished, His smile was pleasant. His hands were behind his back, and his devil tail swished behind him with the lazy rhythm of a metronome. He looked at Voldemort's army, the way a farmer looks at livestock, and then Shalltear. She came through the last gate, and she did not walk, she floated. 3 inches off the ground, her ball gown trailing behind her, her silver hair catching the fading light, her red eyes blazing like furnaces. Her spoot lance materialized in her hand, a weapon made of crystallized blood, 6 feet long, sharp enough to cut the concept of distance itself. Her full combat aura was active, and it hit the battlefield like a physical blow. Death Eaters in the front ranks fell to their knees. Giants stumbled. Acromantulas froze mid-stride. The air around her shimmered with the heat of raw, unrestrained power, and the ground beneath her cracked. She looked across the battlefield at the army of the Dark Lord, and she looked the way she always looked when something threatened her son. Like the end of everything, Voldemort's army had stopped, not retreated, stopped, frozen in place. Hundreds of dark wizards and magical creatures standing motionless on the grounds of Hogwarts, staring at the force that had materialized behind Harry Potter and processing slowly, with the dawning horror of people who had just realized the trap they were in, that they were no longer the predators. Voldemort himself had gone still. The Elder Wand was raised, his red eyes wide, his lipless mouth slightly open. He was looking at the Death Knights, the Soul Eaters, the Floor Guardians, the armies of Nazarick, and for the first time since his resurrection, the certainty in those red eyes flickered. Harry stood in front of all of it. One boy, one staff, violet light pulsing against the dark. "You wanted Harry Potter," he said. His voice carried across the grounds without amplification, clear and calm and utterly without fear. "Here I am." The silence held for exactly 3 seconds. Then Voldemort screamed, "Kill him," and the battle started. 100 killing curses fired at once. A wall of green light that lit up the pre-dawn darkness, converging on the single figure standing at the gates. The students on the walls screamed. Professors shouted warnings. The Death Knights raised their shields. The killing curses hit a wall of necrotic steel and died. Every single one. 100 bolts of guaranteed death. The most feared spell in the wizarding world, the curse that had no counter, hit the tower shields of 12 undead warriors and accomplished exactly nothing. The Death Knights didn't even shift their footing. Then they charged. The sound was like the earth splitting. 12 sets of armored feet hitting the ground in unison, accelerating from stillness to full combat speed in under 2 seconds. They hit the Death Eater front line like a battering ram hits a paper wall. The battle lasted 11 minutes. Later, historians would debate whether to call it a battle at all. Battles implied 2 sides with some measure of parity, a contest where the outcome was uncertain. What happened on the grounds of Hogwarts on that Saturday morning was not a contest. It was a demonstration. The Death Eaters broke first. The front rank, the ones closest to the Death Knights, watched 12 armored, undead warriors advance in perfect lockstep and realized, with the clarity that extreme terror provides, that their curses were going to bounce off that armor like rain off a roof. 3 Death Eaters fired killing curses at the lead Death Knight. The green bolts hit the shield, flared, and dissipated. The Death Knight didn't slow down. It raised its sword and brought it down, and the Death Eater who had been standing in its path was not standing anymore. Panic spread like fire in dry grass. The formation, such as it was, collapsed. Death Eaters turned to run and found Demiurge's barrier spells closing behind them, walls of invisible force that sealed the battlefield like a cage. They were penned in, trapped between the walls of Hogwarts and the advancing line of Nazarick's forces. The giants lasted longer. They were stupid and tough and didn't understand what was happening, which gave them an advantage over the Death Eaters, who were smart enough to be terrified. One giant swung a club at Cocytus. Cocytus caught the club in his upper left hand without breaking stride, crushed it to splinters, and drove the god-slaying emperor blade through the giant's knee. The giant went down like a felled tree, screaming, and Cocytus was already moving to the next one before the first had hit the ground. The Dementors tried to flee. They rose into the air, away from the Soul Eaters, away from the battlefield, and ran directly into Shalltear. She was waiting for them at altitude, hovering. Her spoot lance extended, her eyes burning. She hit the first Dementor with purifying lance. A beam of concentrated, holy energy that should not have been possible for an undead creature, but which Shalltear possessed, because her creator had been the kind of person who found contradictions amusing. The Dementor didn't just die, it came apart. The black cloak dissolved. The spectral body beneath it shattered into fragments that burned away in the light, and the soul energy it had consumed over centuries was released in a burst that felt, to everyone on the ground below, like a sudden, impossible moment of warmth. The remaining Dementors scattered. Shalltear hunted them, across the sky like a hawk through a flock of pigeons, her lance flashing, her laughter carrying on the wind. And one by one the darkness in the air got thinner and thinner until the sun broke through and hit the grounds of Hogwarts for the first time that morning. On the walls, the defenders watched. Students and teachers, pressed against the battlements, wands out, shields up, staring at the carnage below with expressions that ranged from shock to disbelief to something that looked disturbingly like awe. Hermione was there. She stood at the top of the astronomy tower, binoculars in her hands, watching Harry's army dismantle Voldemort's forces with the clinical efficiency of a machine eating raw material and producing waste. Her face was white. Her hands were steady. Her mind was doing what it always did, cataloging, analyzing, processing information at a speed that most people's brains couldn't match. He wasn't lying, she whispered to nobody. He was never lying. He told me exactly what he was, and I didn't want to see it. Neville Longbottom stood beside her. He was holding his wand, and he was not shaking. Somewhere in the last 5 years, the scared, round-faced boy who had lost his toad on the train had become something harder. Not cruel, not cold. Just tempered, the way metal is tempered by heat, made stronger by being pushed to breaking point, and refusing to break. "What do we do?" Neville asked. "We watch," Hermione said. "That's all we can do." Below them, the last pockets of resistance were collapsing. The Pleiades moved through the scattered Death Eaters like wolves through sheep, efficient and merciless. Lupus Regina was laughing. Narberl was casting chain lightning that arsed between targets with surgical precision. Solution had absorbed 2 Death Eaters whole and was moving toward a third. Albedo held the center, her Bardich cutting through shield charms and defensive spells like they were paper. She moved with a grace that was almost beautiful, each stroke flowing into the next, her white dress somehow still immaculate despite the violence around her. Draco Malfoy was on the wall too. He was standing apart from the other Slytherins, his face gray, his wand hanging at his side. He was watching his father's allies die. He was watching the world he had been raised to inherit being dismantled in real time by forces that made everything he'd ever known look like a child's game. "Father," he said very quietly to no one. Harry found Voldemort at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Dark Lord had retreated when the lines broke. Not fled. Retreated. There was a difference, or there was supposed to be. But the distinction was academic when you were backing away from a battlefield where your entire army was being destroyed by creatures that didn't follow any rules your magic could comprehend. Voldemort stood among the trees, the Elder Wand in his white fist, his red eyes burning. Behind him, Nagini coiled, the last horcrux that walked, hissing at the shadows. Harry walked toward him through the forest. The trees parted, not physically, magically. The ancient oaks and beeches of the Forbidden Forest leaned away from Harry as he passed, their branches pulling back, their roots shifting, creating a path that led straight to the Dark Lord like an aisle in a cathedral. The staff pulsed violet. Harry's scar was burning. The fragment of Voldemort's soul in his head could feel its source nearby, and it was screaming, pressing against the walls of its containment, trying to reach the body it had been torn from. Harry ignored it. He'd been ignoring it for years. "Tom," he said. Voldemort's face twisted. The name was an insult, a weapon, a reminder of the mundane, miserable boy he had been before he became this. "Do not call me that."
"It's your name. My name is Lord Voldemort."
"I have transcended the filth of my birth, the weakness of my blood, the mortality of my flesh. I am eternal. You are a man who split his soul 6 times because he was afraid to die." Harry stopped 10 feet from Voldemort. The forest was silent around them. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just 2 people standing in the dark between the trees, and the enormous, suffocating pressure of their combined magical output pressing down on the earth like a giant's fist. "That's not transcendence, Tom. That's cowardice." Voldemort raised the Elder Wand.
"Avada Kedavra!"
The green bolt screamed through the air. Harry raised the staff. The killing curse hit the divine class crystal and stopped. Not deflected, not absorbed, stopped. The green light hung in the crystal like an insect in amber, swirling, fighting, trying to push through, and the crystal held it there, suspended. Because the energy of 3 consumed soul fragments was more than enough to contain the magic of 1 killing curse, even 1 thrown by the Elder Wand. Harry flicked the staff sideways. The captured killing curse flew off the crystal and hit a tree, which exploded into splinters. Voldemort stared, Harry said. He moved. Not walked. Not ran, the way Shalltear moved. The way she had taught him to move over years of combat training in the grave. Fast. Fluid. Each step covering twice the distance it should have. He closed the 10-foot gap in under a second and drove the tip of the staff at Voldemort's chest. Voldemort was fast. Harry would give him that. The Dark Lord twisted sideways, the staff missing his ribs by inches, and fired 3 curses in rapid succession, a killing curse, a cruciatus, and a blasting hex. Harry dodged the first, tanked the second through pure magical resistance, and shattered the third with a backhand pulse of raw force from the staff. The cruciatus hit him and did nothing. He felt it, a distant, muffled pressure, like someone pressing a finger against a bruise. The pain curse that was supposed to drive victims to madness registered against his Nazarick enhanced defenses as a mild annoyance. He kept moving. Voldemort's eyes went wide. How, the cruciatus, doesn't work on someone with higher magical resistance than the caster. Harry swung the staff. Voldemort blocked with a shield charm. The charm shattered. The staff hit Voldemort's arm and something cracked. The Dark Lord hissed in pain and staggered backward. You want to know what real power looks like? Harry reversed the staff and drove the base into the ground. A wave of force exploded outward through the earth, tearing up roots, cracking stone, sending a shockwave through the forest floor that launched Voldemort off his feet and into a tree trunk. He hit it back first and slid down, gasping. Harry pointed the staff at Nagini. Crimson Nova. The spell was Shalltear's. Blood magic, learned from years of watching her train, adapted through his hybrid system. A sphere of concentrated crimson energy erupted from the staff and hit Nagini before the snake could move. The explosion was contained, surgical. A perfect sphere of destruction that consumed the snake entirely and left a smoking crater where it had been coiled. The last external horcrux died screaming. Voldemort felt it. Harry saw it happen. The Dark Lord's body convulsed, his back arching, his mouth open in a silent scream as the destruction of Nagini sent a cascade failure through his soul anchors. One by one, the connections that had tethered his fragmentary soul to the world snapped. The diary, already destroyed. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, all consumed. Nagini now ash. The only anchor left was the fragment in Harry's skull. Voldemort looked at Harry with eyes that, for the first time in his existence, held something that was not rage or contempt or triumph. They held fear. Pure, animal, uncontrollable fear. The fear of a man who had spent his entire life running from death, and had just realized death was standing in front of him wearing a school uniform and holding a glowing stick. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. Harry looked down at him. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the boy from the orphanage, the student who charmed his teachers, the murderer who split his soul, the Dark Lord who terrorized a nation, lying against a tree in a dark forest, bleeding from a broken arm, his wand on the ground, his snake dead, his army destroyed, his immortality shattered. "I'm the boy you tried to kill," Harry said, raised by something worse than you could imagine. "And I'm done with you." Harry raised the staff. The violet crystal blazed. He gathered his magic. All of it, wild and tear and hybrid, every channel open, every pathway wide, and he pointed it at the sky. He had one more thing to do first. Harry planted his feet. He pointed the staff at Voldemort. Triplet maximize magic. Reality slash. 3 invisible blades of dimensional force tore through the air. Voldemort threw up a shield. The first slash shattered it. The second cut through his robes and opened a gash across his chest, shallow but bleeding freely. The third he dodged by a hair's width, and the slash continued past him and cut an ancient oak clean in half. The tree fell with a crash that shook the forest floor. Voldemort was on his knees, bleeding, gasping. The Elder Wand was still in his hand, but his grip was weak, his fingers slippery with his own blood. He looked up at Harry with an expression that was no longer recognizable as the Dark Lord. It was the expression of Tom Riddle, the orphan, the boy who had been afraid of death since the day he learned what it was. "Please," Voldemort whispered. Harry felt nothing. He waited to feel something. Pity, satisfaction, triumph, disgust, anything. He searched inside himself for an emotional response to the most feared dark wizard in a century begging at his feet, and found only a vast, gray emptiness that Shalltear would have recognized immediately as the aftermath of doing something you had been built to do. Lord Ains. It's time. In the sky above Hogwarts, the clouds parted. Not naturally. They were pushed apart by a force that came from somewhere else. Somewhere above. Somewhere outside the normal rules of weather and atmosphere. A circle of clear sky opened directly over the battlefield. Perfect and geometric, and through that circle, light began to fall. Not sunlight. The light was white and gold, and so bright it hurt to look at. It descended like a pillar, a column of radiant energy that connected the sky to the earth. And within that column, a figure was visible. A skeleton in ornate robes, seated on nothing, floating, descending with the stately pace of a god arriving at his own temple. Ains Gown came to the wizarding world. His presence hit the battlefield like a physical weight. Every living thing within a mile radius felt it. Students on the walls gasped and staggered. Professors dropped to their knees. The remaining Death Eaters, the ones who were still conscious, stopped fighting entirely and stared upward with the slack-jawed expressions of people who had just witnessed the sky open and something come through it that their minds could not process. Ains descended until he hovered 50 feet above the ground, centered over the battlefield, his staff in one hand, his robes billowing in a wind that came from nowhere. The red pinpoints of light in his eye sockets swept the grounds below. Inside the skull, Suzuki Satoru was having a panic attack of world historical proportions. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. There are so many people. They're all looking at me. Every single one of them is looking at me. I can see Dumbledore. Dumbledore is looking at me. The greatest wizard in the world is staring at me with those blue eyes, and I am going to throw up, except I can't throw up because I'm a skeleton. His emotional suppression activated. The green glow pulsed through him. The panic flattened. His spine straightened. his skull tilted to the perfect angle of divine condescension. Fal under Dubuin. The words rolled across the landscape like the voice of the world itself speaking. Super tier magic. The highest class of offensive spell in the YGG wrestle system. A spell that required a casting time of seconds, but delivered destruction measured in city blocks. A circle of light appeared on the ground, centered on the remnants of Voldemort's army, wide enough to encompass the entire field between the forest and the lake. The Death Eaters inside the circle looked down. They saw the light beneath their feet. They understood, in the final moment, what was about to happen. Some of them tried to run. The barrier was still up. The light came down. It fell from the sky like the wrath of something that existed beyond morality, beyond mercy, beyond the petty human concepts of justice and punishment. It was not fire. It was not lightning. It was pure, concentrated magical destruction, the distilled essence of an offensive capability that had been designed to end raids in a game, and was now being applied to a reality that had no context for it whatsoever. The ground within the circle ceased to exist. The Death Eaters within the circle ceased to exist. The dark creatures, the giants, the remaining werewolves, the acromantulas that had been too slow to escape, all of them ceased to exist. The light burned for exactly 4 seconds and then cut off, and where the grounds of Hogwarts had been, there was now a crater. Smooth, glassy, perfectly circular, still glowing faintly with residual energy. The silence that followed was the most absolute silence that Hogwarts had experienced in its 1,000-year history. In the forest, Voldemort was screaming. He had felt fallen down. Even from here, sheltered by the trees, he had felt it. The magical backlash had knocked him flat, and he lay on the forest floor, clutching the stump where Nagini had been, his broken arm twisted beneath him, screaming with a rage and terror that had finally, completely, overwhelmed whatever was left of the man inside the monster. Harry stood over him. Behind Harry, a gate opened, and Demiurge stepped through, adjusting his spectacles. "The specimen as requested," Harry said. Demiurge looked down at Voldemort. He studied the screaming Dark Lord the way a biologist studies a particularly interesting insect. He crouched down. He tilted his head. "Remarkable," Demiurge said. "The soul fragmentation is visible to the naked eye, if you know what to look for. The spiritual membrane is practically translucent. He's barely holding together." He straightened up. "The Happy Farm will find him most educational." You cannot," Voldemort snarled, thrashing. "I am Lord Voldemort." "I am—" Demiurge placed one finger on Voldemort's forehead. A paralysis effect cascaded through the Dark Lord's body. He went rigid, his mouth open mid-sentence, his red eyes fixed in an expression of frozen horror. "You are inventory," Demiurge said pleasantly. He produced a small crystal from his pocket and pressed it against Voldemort's chest. The Dark Lord's body dissolved into light and was sucked into the gem, which glowed briefly and then dimmed. Demiurge held it up, examined it, and pocketed it with the casual efficiency of a man filing a receipt. "Shall I convey your regards to Lord Ains?" Demiurge asked. "Tell him it's done," Harry said. "With pleasure." Demiurge turned, stepped through the gate and vanished. The gate closed. The forest was quiet. Harry stood alone among the trees. His staff was dim, the violet light fading to a soft glow. His hands were shaking, not from fear, not from exhaustion, from adrenaline finally catching up with him. The accumulated chemical reality of what his body had just done flooding his nervous system all at once. He let himself shake. He stood in the dark forest and let his hands tremble, and his breath come ragged, and his heart hammer against his ribs. He gave himself 30 seconds. 30 seconds of being human. 30 seconds of being a 16-year-old boy who had just fought a war and won it, and didn't feel like celebrating. Then he straightened his shoulders, steadied his hands, and walked back toward the castle. The walk back was the longest walk of his life, not because of the distance, because of the faces. He came out of the forest and crossed the grounds, past the glassy crater where fallen down had hit, past the scattered remains of a battle that had lasted 11 minutes and ended a war that had lasted decades, and every eye in Hogwarts was on him. Students on the walls, teachers at the gates, ghosts in the windows, portraits in the corridors, all of them watching the boy who had just ended everything walk through the aftermath alone. Ron Weasley was standing at the gates. He was dirty, his robes torn, a cut on his cheek that was still bleeding. He'd fought. Not with the Death Eaters and not with Nazarick's forces. He'd fought with the defenders on the walls, throwing hexes at anything that got too close, pulling younger students out of harm's way, doing what Weasleys had always done, standing up when it mattered, regardless of whose side won. Harry stopped. Ron looked at him. They didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The gap between them was wider than it had ever been, wider than the crater on the grounds, wider than the distance between Nazarick and Hogwarts, but Ron nodded once. A short, sharp nod that acknowledged something that neither of them could articulate. Harry nodded back. Then he walked past, through the gates, and into the castle. The Ministry surrendered on Monday. Not to Voldemort. Voldemort was gone, packed in a crystal somewhere in the depths of Nazarick, being studied by Demiurge and the scholars of the Happy Farm for purposes that Harry chose not to think about too carefully. The Ministry surrendered to the reality that the world had changed, that the thing which had saved them from the Dark Lord was bigger and more powerful than the Dark Lord had ever been, and that the person standing at the interface between that power and the wizarding world was a 16-year-old boy named Harry Potter. Cornelius Fudge resigned. He did it quietly through a letter delivered to the Wizengamot, and then he packed his office and left by the back door and was never seen in public life again. The remaining Ministry officials, the career bureaucrats and political survivors who had spent their lives navigating whoever was currently in power, turned to face the new direction of the wind and found Harry Potter standing there. He was named Governor of Magical Britain within the week, not Minister-Governor. The distinction was important. A minister served the people. A governor administered a territory. The wizarding world was now, in all practical terms, a territory of the sorcerer kingdom of Ainz-Ooal Gown, and Harry was the representative appointed to manage it. Dumbledore watched it happen from his office. He did not intervene. He did not protest. He sat behind his desk and watched the old world end through his window, and when it was over, he sent Harry a letter that contained exactly one sentence. "I hope you know what you're doing." Harry read the letter. He folded it. He put it in his pocket and kept it there, because the honest answer was that he didn't, entirely, and having the question close at hand felt like the right kind of reminder. Hermione came to see him the day after the appointment. She walked into his office, which was still being set up in what had been the minister's suite, and stood in front of his desk and looked at him with red eyes and a straight spine. "I'm not going to work for you," she said. "I wasn't going to ask." "Good. Because I've seen what your organization does. I watched it. I watched an army of undead creatures destroy human beings on the grounds of our school. I watched a spell from the sky turn a field into a crater. I watched your mother hunt dementors across the sky and laugh while she did it. I know. And I watched you walk into a forest and come back alone. And I know that whatever happened to Voldemort in those trees, it wasn't death. It was something worse." Hermione's voice cracked, just slightly, on the word worse. She steadied it. "I've been your research assistant for 3 years. I helped you because your intelligence was real, and your purpose seemed worth pursuing, and because you were honest with me in a world full of liars. I don't regret that, but I will not be a tool for conquest. If you build something here, if you actually build something better and not just more powerful, then I will help, on my terms, as an equal, Not as an asset. Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her generation. The girl who corrected grammar in crisis and researched dragon handling techniques in her spare time, and had walked into this office knowing exactly what she was going to say and exactly how she was going to say it. Harry said, "I mean it, Harry. I know. That's why I said deal." She looked at him for one more second. Then she nodded, turned, and walked out. At the door she paused. "Daphne Greengrass is waiting outside. She asked me to tell you she has a preliminary administrative proposal and approximately 37 things that need your signature." "Of course she does. She's good. Harry, whatever she is to you, whatever you are to each other, she's good at this. I know." Hermione left. Daphne came in. She was carrying a stack of parchment that could have doubled as a small table, and her blue eyes were bright, and the almost smile was there, the ghost at the corner of her mouth that meant she was where she wanted to be. "Governor Potter," she said. "Miss Greengrass, your desk is a mess. I've been governor for 9 hours. Then we should get started." She set the parchment down. She pulled out a chair. She sat across from him and uncapped an ink bottle and picked up a quill. "First item, formal protection charter for all neutral pure-blood families, as agreed. Second item, Hogwarts governance restructuring. Third item, integration protocols for non-magical administrative cooperation. 37 items. 42. I added 5 on the way here." Harry looked at her across the desk. She looked back. The office was bright with morning light, and outside the window, the wizarding world was waking up to its first day under new management. And there was so much to build, so much to fix, so much to answer for. "Thank you," Harry said. Daphne's quill paused. The almost smile deepened, just barely, into something that was almost warm. "Don't thank me yet. Item 17 involves goblin banking reform, and you are going to hate it." "I already do," she laughed. It was a small, quiet laugh. The first one Harry had ever heard from her, and it changed her face the way a window changes a room, letting in light that had always been outside but had never been invited in. Harry smiled. A real smile. Small, crooked, unpracticed. The smile of a boy who had grown up among monsters and was still learning how to be human. They got to work. Harry went home that evening. Not to the governor's residence, which was being prepared. Not to Hogwarts, which was being repaired. Home. The gate opened in his chambers on the first floor of the great tomb of Nazarick, and Harry stepped through into the cold blue torchlight and the familiar smell of old stone and faintly sweet rot, and something in his chest loosened that he hadn't realized was tight. Shalltear was waiting. She was sitting on the edge of his coffin. Her ball gown was stained dark in places. Blood, but not hers. Her silver hair was slightly tangled. Her eyes were bright red, brighter than usual. The aftermath of combat. She had been fighting alongside her vampire brides during the battle, operating on the eastern flank, and she had not yet changed or cleaned herself. She had come straight here instead. Harry set the staff against the wall. He pulled off his jacket. He sat down next to her. Neither of them spoke for a while. The blue torchlight flickered. Somewhere deep in the tomb, something howled, and something else howled back, and the sound was so familiar that it registered as silence. "You did it, Erinsu." Shalltear's voice was soft. "Not the floor guardian. Not the vampire. The mother. You stood in front of all of them, and you did it. I had help. You had us." She reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were cold, his were warm. The same contrast as always. Vampire and human, dead and alive, and the space between their temperatures was full of something that neither of them would ever have a word for. But the choice to stand at that gate was yours. The choice to walk into that forest was yours. The boy who walked out was mine. Harry looked at their hands, cold and warm, pale and brown, monster and human. "I'm going to build something," he said. "Something real. Not just power. Not just control. Something that matters. I know. It's going to be hard. I know that too, Arinsu. Will you be proud of me? Shalltear turned to look at him. Her red eyes were blazing, but not with anger, not with hunger, not with the sadistic joy that was woven into her very being. They were blazing with something else, something that burned hotter than all of those things combined. Something that had started on a doorstep in Surrey, when a vampire picked up a baby, and something in her chest had shifted like a gear clicking into place. She pulled him into a hug, the kind that creaked his ribs, the kind that a lesser human would have filed a complaint about, the kind that said, in the language of bone and muscle and cold dead skin pressed against warm living skin, that she would burn the world for him, that she would walk through fire and light and the killing curse itself for him, that she had raised him from an infant in a coffin to a king on a throne, and she would do it again, 1,000 times, in 1,000 worlds, without a moment's hesitation. My little monster, she whispered against the top of his head. Her voice cracked. Blood tears ran down her pale cheeks, catching the torchlight glowing red. I have been proud of you since the moment you grabbed my hair and did not let go. Harry held her back. He pressed his face against her cold shoulder and closed his eyes. And the grave was dark and quiet around them, and the blue torchlight flickered, and somewhere far above them, a world was changing. But down here in the cold dark, a vampire held her son, and the son held his mother, and the warmth between them was the only warmth that had ever mattered. Welcome home, Arinsu, Shalltear said. Harry smiled against her shoulder. I'm home.